Welcome, welcome, all our HEPS friends around the world. We're live with the International Women's Day 2021. From all around the world, we have Olivia Clark. She is in Los Angeles. Am I right?
Yes, Chantal.
Hi, Olivia. And then we have Rosella. Hi, Rosella. Where are you? In Milano, Italy. Fantastic. Let's just, if that's okay, Olivia. So we are International Women's Day. This is the HEPS Marathon, 9 hours of women, alliances, anybody who wants to join. So we have to keep this going for 9 hours. Olivia, me, Donna, and Rosella are starting off. Rosella is in the streets. Let's go check out what Rosella is doing. Rosella, what is happening? We can't hear you so well, Rosella.
Can you hear me? Because I have to wear the mask. I cannot.
Oh, yeah. When you move your phone a little closer, we hear you better.
Yeah. So basically here in Milano, in Italy, the topic of 8 March is very, very important because we have at least 3-4 women every week killed by men in the families. So also, if we are not allowed, a lot of women are here for a strike and a manifestation, as you can see.
Oh, wow. And you're in front of the Duomo, if I'm right?
Yes, this is the main cathedral, the Duomo of Milano, main cathedral.
Okay, so can you repeat for us, because that was not very clear, what are they demonstrating for or against?
Let me go a little bit, because there is the music. So basically, in Italy, we have at least 3-4 women killed by men.
Killed
every week. Since the beginning of this year, 2021, we had at least 3-4 women killed every week.
Oh, wow.
And because of the COVID, the situation is also worse because we are all shut or locked down, closing the houses. And so it's a very difficult situation. And a lot of women today are here, and students and mothers, to manifest. It's a pacific strike. Women want that this topic will rise, and the government comes out with laws to help Italian women.
Oh, wow. So I can see there's probably a few hundreds or a few thousands of people.
Yeah, look.
Wow. So if you're just joining, you guys, we are looking at Donna, Olivia, and then the street scenes of Milano, which is Rosello Cannavaro. And Rosella is demonstrating there against the violence of women in Italy, but because of the COVID, the numbers are very high. Wow, good luck with that. That's a very good thing to do today. Do you know if there's anything happening as well in the States, Olivia?
I am unaware of any protests happening here, but I am in LA, so there could be a protest at any time, any moment.
Yeah. No, I know. That's like they were popping up here as well. And Donna, are you aware of any protests on your side of the East Coast, or if you're on the East Coast?
I am on the East Coast. I'm in North Carolina right now. I'm traveling, so that's why I'm sitting in my car. I just pulled over for a moment. I have the future of international women, my granddaughter, in the car with me. Say hi, Gaia.
Hi.
And I have a lot of list of a few women who have inspired us along the way, who kind of set the stage for all of us, and international women who've led the way for all of us to to come and to move forward in our path of strength and peace. So,
Bring it on.
all right. So, like Elizabeth Blackwell became the first woman to earn a medical degree in 1849. There is, let's see, from Sri Lanka, there was Suryo Bandariki, who was the first woman elected to the head of a country's government in 1960. And then she led the path, set the stage for her daughter, who went on to become president. So that's pretty cool.
That's very impressive, yes.
Yeah. Coco Chanel in Paris, who started a rags to riches story, paved the way for all women to become entrepreneurs. Regina Jonas was the first woman ordained as a rabbi in 1935. 1921, which paved the way for thousands of female writers and poets recognized in the early years. Let's see. In the United States, Andrew Dunwoody was the first female four-star general in the Army in 2008. Victoria Woodhull was the first woman to run for president in the United States in 1872. Japanese woman Junko Tabei reached the summit of Mount Everest in 1970, becoming the first ever woman to do so, reaching all 477. So there's lots of women who paved the way for us.
That's very good.
We keep hearing a lot of Roselli's pushes in the background. I don't know if you can hear that.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Michael.
Thank you so much, Donna, for that view on all these wonderful women that have given us so much power through all the years. Olivia, do you have something to add? What inspires you for this International Women's Day?
Of course, as an international woman myself, actually, is there a exact definition of international woman? I don't know,
I guess
but
we're all international women, right?
Yeah, we're all international women,
right?
yeah.
Are we not all international women? Okay, so I have the honor and the pleasure of working with over 2,000 women every single day in my work. So this is just a really amazing experience, and every single day we're also working with nonprofit organizations that benefit women. For example, there is, or young women for this example, there's an organization called Days for Girls, and that's where we help females in tribes in Africa that have to stop going to school when their menstrual cycle starts. And so we help raise funds for them to have period underwear, basically, so that they can continue their education and pursue what they're meant to do, like their fullest potential. So we have the opportunity of doing that on the nonprofit side. And then on the business side, I have the opportunity to work with over 2,000 women all over the world. So really, really awesome situation to be in. And doTERRA has been amazing for all of us. So yeah, it's awesome.
Oh, that's very good what you're doing. So what is the business side of the 2,000 women you work with?
So I do a lot of the business trainings for people who are looking to build their doTERRA businesses. So I am a doTERRA Diamond, which means I have helped a lot of people with their businesses, as well as getting to a more natural way of living their lives. So that is what I do.
Oh, wow. And is that is international based, or is that only in the States?
It is international. So we are in over 120 countries, and there are more coming. So we're looking to open a few countries this year, every year. So it's pretty awesome.
Oh, wow. Very, very, very impressive. Thank you for this, Olivia. And yeah, and this it sounds a bit bizarre. Like when you talk about underwear for periods. Why underwear for periods? Is it, and why not the supplies, like other supplies, like I don't know how you call that in English.
Yeah, right. So instead of like feminine hygiene products, which
Yeah.
are not quite as sustainable, especially in a village that is really sustainable, as in they use everything is reusable, including things that are supposed to be disposable, right? So for them, it wouldn't make the most sense to give them disposable feminine hygiene products, but more so reusable feminine hygiene products that they can use and wash and reuse again, because that's the life that they're used to living, and they wouldn't do quite as well with disposable feminine hygiene products, which would be actually not as sustainable.
Oh wow. No, I'm learning something. Thank you for that. So that's very good to bring awareness to that. And can people also support this?
Absolutely. I'll do a broadcast talking about it. So follow me, DM me, and I can show you all the different resources that you can do to help with this organization. I'm always running a fundraiser every single month for doTERRA Healing Hands, just to raise funds for different causes every month that support women. For example, for the last 2 months in February and January, we're doing a campaign against human trafficking. So that is, every single month we're
Oh
working on something.
wow. Wow, besides being very talented, Olivia, you are an angel. Bravo. Thank you for what you do.
You're amazing.
Let's go back to, should we just go back quickly to Rosella to see if she sees something or she wants to let us know a little bit more what's going on, or maybe she's even talking to somebody. Hello, Rosella.
Hi, Chantal. Can you hear me?
Yes,
I
I
am
can.
looking. Yeah, if you wait 5 minutes, you can. I'm looking for a person. Maybe we can make an interview, an interesting interview. So give me 5 minutes. If you want to interview someone else, I will go back to you with a person.
Okay, thank you so much. We hear from you soon, Rosella. So, ladies, this is like harder than I thought to go from one screen to the other screen. Like normally, I always have like a whole list with all these questions, and I'm like, oh yeah, we just host, and Donna's like, oh, you're gonna wing it, and I'm like, sort of.
Well, we usually do, and it usually works out fine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
A few
exactly.
more. I have a few more women that inspired us. If you want me to talk about them real quick.
Yeah. Yay!
So
Yeah.
I have Marie Curie. Marie Curie was the first woman to win a
Yeah.
Nobel Prize in 1903, and I think we have to honor and respect the women who have led the path for all of us to move forward in things like that. Of course, as we all know, she won a prize for physics for the research on radioactivity. Wilma Mankiller was the first female principal chief in the Cherokee tribe in 1985 here in the U.S. Let's see, May Kara Jensen went to space 29 years. In 1992, becoming the first African American woman in space. But before that,
Oh wow.
Valentina Tereshkova was the first from Russia, became the first woman to go to space in 1963. So how cool is
Wow,
that?
they're super interesting facts. Yeah.
Yeah, so she led the way for May Carol Jensen, and I think that maybe there. I have a few other small things for, little women like Sarah Thomas, who became the first woman to referee in the NFL here in the United
Oh
States in
wow.
2015. And but all these past, all of us, Aretha Franklin being the first female to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1987. We think that wasn't so far ago, but how 1987 wasn't so far ago, 1963 wasn't so far ago, 2008 wasn't too far ago, and all these women kind of been paying the way for all of us to step into roles of leadership, and we're still working it, just coming up into that. So I just think that's so huge, and we really need to honor and respect all these women who have paved the way for us to to step into our roles and to not think of boundaries for all of us, to that we are unlimited to what we want to do if we allow ourselves to be.
Yeah. No, that is for sure that they paved the way. I want to bring to the attention as well that, yeah, I always have like a little bit weird story time. I was normally going to plan to go towards the Eiffel Tower because at the Eiffel Tower you have the platform of the human rights, and every manifestation that has to do with human rights always starts there. But as we have a curfew at 6 p.m., which is already past, I was like, okay, I'm just going to be at home. But I just saw that, of course, the Eiffel Tower, we all know the shape of the Eiffel Tower and what it stands for and what it kind of like is. Now, as a group, has just launched a 5-meter inflatable, I don't know if I can say the words, clitoris. Is that an English word?
Yes.
Yeah, a woman's part, 5 meters tall in front of the Eiffel Tower with that male Eiffel Tower there in the background. And they have done it because 25% of the girls in France are not aware that they have this because they can't see it. So they want to make people aware of it. So that's my little story time. That's what's happening now. Hi. Okay, let's go to Milano. Hi, girls.
So, she's a colleague from the Red Cross, Italian Red Cross, and she is really aware of this topic in Italy. I want to present you Camilla.
Hi everyone.
Hi, Camilla.
Hi. So yeah, we're here today. Plenty of people in Milano, like many women, many men as well, supporting what we're here for. And this pandemic has been affecting women in Italy very much. I guess that's a global issue. And especially nowadays with children stuck home because of they can't go to school, and then women have to take care of them, which implies lose their job and being like hopeless for the future. So it's a really sensitive topic. On the top of that, violence, domestic violence has been increasing in the past months, and lately 3 women each week are killed by men within households. So it's really something which is exploding, and we can't be silent anymore, which is the reason why we're here so many today. And yeah.
So can I ask you a question? So you both are
Sure.
working for the Red Cross. So what is the Red Cross gonna be? What is the Red Cross gonna be part in this? So how are they gonna help this this violence towards women?
Like the Red Cross is in the front line against violence towards women. So there is a hotline, like women can call, and then they will get help if they are victim of any sort of violence, whether it's physical, but also psychological. We're also talking about like mobbing in workplaces, so on and so forth. So like any other social services, even the Red Cross is very close to women. But of course, we're talking about a systemic problem. So even if there are many like social services which are dealing with the issues, it's also about like the public sphere needs to do something in order to put money for like a female employment as well as any sort of social protection, and increase the welfare measurement for women, which is also like more money for the kindergarten, for the public schools, so that women can go back to work.
So it's really to empower the woman. It's very good. Thank you so much for this. Thank you so much for this little interview. And just one question: in any country, when there is this violence, can they always call the Red Cross or a number like that to ask for help?
Yeah, I'm fairly sure there are like equal numbers all over the places. And I'm sure like the International Federation of the Red Cross is providing hotlines in any country, but it's not the only institution.
Okay, thank you so much. And ladies, Forza. Forza
It's
the
not
woman
easy
there in
to
Milano.
speak in here. It's not easy to speak now because we have music and
It's very crowded.
yeah. I
But
hope you
thank you
can
so
hear
much.
us.
Yeah, but thank you so much for this donation to the HAPS Marathon, Rosella. That is really, really fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we wish you like a very good demonstration. Go, go.
Thank you.
And power to the women.
Woo! Bye, Rosella.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao,
Ciao,
ciao.
Milano.
Yeah. Wow. Isn't this cool, Olivia, that we can just like witness this? Like you're in LA, I'm in Paris, and we can just see this happening in Milano.
I know, it's absolutely amazing, and I think that we can't do this, right, without HAPS. Like, this is
Yeah,
amazing.
exactly. Without HAPS,
Yeah, we couldn't do this on any other platform. This is incredible.
No, I'm also like I'm so amazed and wowed like with what's happening already. And also I know we're going towards our time, so I think that the next host is coming up and the next guests. So Pablo, if you can let already Louise in, so we can give her the little stick over, then then we can give her little
Pass the torch.
pass the torch. Exactly. Yeah, I miss so many of those words. Oh, he's inviting them now. That's good. No, but Olivia, also nice to talk to you because we've never met like this.
Yes, I've seen your channel, and I think you've seen my channel, but we've never been on one thing together. We should do this more often.
Exactly.
I love the energy.
Exactly. We have to do a crossover and an invitation and do something fun and
Absolutely.
you know, like because I always like to show my Eiffel Tower also to another country. And but the only thing is that we're locked up in France, so we have a curfew, so I can't leave the house after 6 p.m. So this is like so now I'm stuck, you know. So that is at least for another 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 6 weeks or 5 years, who knows.
I know, that is so strict, Chantal. 6 p.m.
Yeah, it's really hard. We can shop, we can walk around, but we can't leave the house after 6 p.m. And I did hear some, you know, like screaming before also in our building. So the situation that I hear, like, you know, with the Red Cross and all, you know, I keep always my ear on it that it's not going too crazy. But I know, like, you know, from 6 till 6, 12 hours locked up every single day already for months.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's we're a little limited here. So Paris is, I think in Paris a lot of these cases are going on as well. So, but anyway, yeah. I see some people like, look, hello. Hello.
Hello. I think I'm still a bit early.
No, you're on time.
Very much on time.
It's great to be here in such good company.
It's so nice to see you. Deutschland, wie geht's?
Es geht gut.
This is here good. Okay.
We really have people from all across the world here now.
Exactly. Yes. We have the States, we have New Zealand. Kia ora.
Wow, we've got international women here.
Kia ora. Hey, welcome Louise, and hello Diane, of course. It is Louise's time to take this over and to host this. So there you go.
Yes.
There you go. I'm handing it over. Thank you, Olivia.
This is such an international screen. This is fantastic. Look, somebody from from a different country around the world. It's really amazing. So welcome, woman. So this is amazing. It'd be great if you could stay on for a while, Chantal, and just help us here.
I just hang here. I'm gonna drink my tea
Yeah.
while you're running this.
Yeah, okay. So, welcome everybody. Kia ora from New Zealand. I'm Louise, and I'm sitting here. The time now is just after 6:30 a.m. So, I actually woke up at 5 o'clock this morning. So, whoa,
Oh, you're up
very
very
early.
early.
It's still dark outside. So, hi, Diana.
Hi, it's 6:30 in the afternoon for me, which is a much more reasonable
Oh.
time.
Yeah, good. And hiya, Tonya.
Hello.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you again. Woo,
Yeah,
I've
you
met
too.
Tonya a couple of times in
Yeah.
San Francisco, which is cool. So, wow, that was a great introduction, Chantal. That was really awesome. All those little hiccups along the way should be sorted now. And how fantastic to have Rosella there, right on the spot with the Red Cross.
That was cool.
Right in the middle of Milano. Wasn't that fantastic?
That was a big surprise. Yes, amazing. Yeah, she's a hard worker and works for not only the Red Cross but the people and the cause, and she's really amazing. So we've known her from Periscope for a long time.
Yeah, it's nice to see all of the Periscope crew coming over as well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So what is the let me ask some more questions.
Yeah.
To all three of you, what do they do in your country on International Women's Day?
I don't
Who
know.
wants to start? Sorry. I'm like, who wants to start?
Yeah, I mean, I can talk a bit about that. I've lived in a few different countries, and it's interesting to see how different countries do or don't celebrate it. So I grew up in Spain, and in Spain, over the last few years, there have been a lot more demonstrations, especially because in Spain there's still a lot of violence against women, as there was in Italy. And in Spain, the last few years, there's been a big push to actually make the 8th of March a women's strike. So to show the world how much the world needs women and what happens if women just stop working for one day. So in Spain, it's now become like an international strike day for women. There's a lot of mobilizations, a lot of protests, similar to what we were just seeing in Milano. Now I live in Germany, and I don't see it so much. I think there are still some small protests organized. There are also things organized more at the workplace level. But it doesn't seem like there's such big protests and such big demonstrations taking place in Germany. So in Spain, it was definitely much more in the news than it is here, I think.
But it is a holiday today in Germany, International Women's Day, or not?
It might actually be. I technically work in Belgium, so for me it's not a holiday. I think when I was in Germany working, it wasn't an official holiday. We still went to work that day.
Okay, because I just remember somebody was telling me, and I thought it was Germany, but it was most likely not another country, where they said it was a proper holiday, so a day of work. So maybe it was Spain, what you were explaining before. But
yeah, maybe with their new strikes. I'm also a bit disconnected from what's happening in Germany because I'm splitting my time between two countries currently. But it was a lot bigger in Spain, I had the impression.
And for you, Tonya?
Well, I was trying to think. I don't know. I mean, I might be a little insulated where I am, but I don't know of anything organized. I mean, I see it on social media, obviously, and people, celebrating it that way, but I'm not aware of any like demonstrations or any public gatherings, especially in my area. So maybe that's more work we have to do. I'm not sure.
And who is the woman that inspires you, or who are the women that are inspiring you?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking about what I would say or what I would contribute this morning, and thinking about who inspired me and following all the links I've been seeing the last few days, and it's like there are so many that I felt like I felt bad if I left anyone out, and so I kind of came up with categories, and I would love it if you guys watching, if anybody comes to mind when I mention these categories of women that I saw, or not even just women, but just mention them in the comments so we can all learn about them and grow from that. But first of all, it was, like the men and women who've gone before us, who've worked to get us to where we are today. We've already heard you guys talking about some, and Louise, you showed the suffragettes, in New Zealand already on that walk. So if you haven't seen Louise's thing already, do that. But, just the pioneers in their respective fields who've gone, we've heard them talk about them. Olivia mentioned some, and Donna from the last half hour mentioned some specific ones, but just who've paved the way to where we are today. And then there's just the ones who live and work behind the scenes, who aren't necessarily in the public eye, but I just know, that the moms and dads and the who are quietly affecting people's lives, that need to be celebrated too, that aren't going to be in the public. So all of those, the people who've gone before have really, I've really been thankful for them today. And I followed links, like I said, the last few days to learn more about things, but there are so many men and women working around the world in regions where women aren't even seen as people almost, let alone deserving of rights. And they have nothing. And those, I just can't imagine working or living in a place like that. So those men and women just have really inspired me. And I probably will put some, share some of the links on my feed from the ones that I found. But, I'm inspired by the parents, moms and dads and parents who are raising the next generation of men and women to respect and honor everyone, no matter who they are. Everyone's humanity and everyone is deserving of respect as human beings. And so I see the parents who are really working hard at raising up the next generation, and I really appreciate that. And I'm thankful for women, a lot of whom we've already seen and we're going to see today, who support each other and lift each other up without denigrating anyone else, and who just make a positive environment for women to be safe, to share and to grow, and all of that. So I'm really thankful for all of you, and I'm thankful for HAPS as a platform, like you guys just mentioned, and all the other platforms that we have that we never had before. I certainly never imagined myself talking to any of you, let alone all the people who are watching. So that's progress, and it makes me hopeful for progress in the future. So now I'm looking forward to going through and seeing comments of all of you who shared, and continue to do that, everyone. Just the more we share, the more we become aware, the better it is for everyone. So keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much, Tonya, for this nice contribution. And everybody's looking forward to the links you will be sharing. But Louise, this is your hosting time. Anyway,
you're doing a great job.
I'm going to hand it over to you after you answer this, and then you can continue with Jilly. But Louise, you did a broadcast before, and to be honest, I haven't watched it yet. I know this is a broadcast you do every year on the 8th of March. So can you tell us a little bit what it was about, just like in some lines, so that people can grab back later to watch it?
So hi Jilly, nice to see you just first.
Yeah, hi Jilly.
So International Women's Day actually gives me the opportunity to share the fact that New Zealand was the first country in the world for women to get the vote in 1893. New Zealand women have always been great pioneers, Maori women, later European women. They've always led the way in New Zealand, and they've been the backbone of our country, I consider. So New Zealand women got the vote in 1893, but not on International Women's Day. It was actually in September. So usually we celebrate that in September. International Women's Day just gives us a great opportunity to acknowledge all of the women, not only in New Zealand, but around the world. So we don't actually have any huge celebrations here. I think there's a lot of individual ways to celebrate it here. There's not one big celebration. But I always like to do my own with my $10 note.
Oh, wow.
And
That's super.
and this is Kate Shepherd, who was the principal suffragette who fought a long and hard battle to gain the vote for women. So, in fact, she is the woman that I admire really a lot in New Zealand. She's apart from Queen Elizabeth, she's the only woman on our currency. But I will just bring you up to date a little bit on the woman that I most admire in New Zealand is Helen Clark. So Helen Clark she's been the Prime Minister of New Zealand for several terms. She's not the current Prime Minister. We have Jacinda, another woman, who's fantastic as well. But also Helen Clark was the first woman appointed to the United Nations Development Growth area. In 2009, she went there and spent 8 years in New York at the United Nations. And she continues to work for the United Nations, doing research, and has a lot to contribute. And she's an amazing woman here in New Zealand. She saves native birds, she saves cafes, she talks to us all on the street. She is an inspiration. So that's me.
Very good. So I'm going to hand you the mic, Louise, so you can continue with Jilly, and also like your
and Diana and Tonya.
Yeah, exactly. Your mic is a little scratchy though. Like, can you make sure there's nothing interfering your microphone, because it's like scratching.
Is it my hair?
Oh, is it your hair maybe? Because you have a mic and it's scratching. It's like we all hear it. But anyway, I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna be in the background. I'm gonna go offline, ladies. Good luck. I will be back.
I'm gonna disconnect my earpods then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh! Now. It's even worse. Oh no, it's good. It's good.
No, we can't hear you now, Louise.
She's gone. I got brought back in. Louise, refresh your browser and come back. Refresh the browser and come back. Refresh. She doesn't get it. Refresh. Just refresh the. Anyway.
Bound to happen with so many of us connected all across the world. There's going to be some issues.
Exactly. Okay, we continue. Louise will be back, I'm sure. Hi, Jilly. Sorry to let you wait there.
It's okay. Like, I actually missed out with the time. Like, I didn't get what time I really should join. So I just you guys were here, so I just popped in. Like, I didn't have intention to join, but I actually yeah. So I'm here right now at the moment. By the way, Happy Women's Day. By the way.
Yeah, Happy Women's Day. Where are you, Jilly?
Oh, I'm based in Seoul, South Korea.
Oh wow.
I love your background, Jilly. I love all the books you have behind you.
Thank you. Yeah, this is sort of my achievement so far.
It's amazing.
I think we're gonna get Louise back, because I saw some movements in her voice, so it seems to work. So she's gonna come back. There is Louise.
Oh, here I am.
Here.
Now, is that better?
Yeah, that's much better. Louise, I'm gonna give the mic to you. I'm gonna just take a break. I'm here for backup.
Okay. Oh, fantastic. Okay, that's great. Okay, girls, sorry about all of that. Sorry to the viewers for my sound. I don't know what was going on. So welcome, Jilly from Seoul, South Korea.
Hello. Thank you. Hi, guys.
So Jilly, she's amazing. She's a graphic designer. I'm hoping you might just draw something for us today.
I wish.
But maybe you can tell us something about Korean women and the role that they play, because I know several of your women have been presidents, several, one or two maybe, but I have met the most amazing woman when I've been in Korea. Women that I really love, I've embraced them. They've really stepped up and taken control of their lives and their families. And I think women have always played a really, really strong role in society. Maybe give us a little bit of background.
Like maybe Korean moms are very sacrificing, and also they were super moms, so they took care. They contribute their life to take care of like their children, so that like they're very interested in education, so that they're working and then taking care of their children and let them to be educated. Maybe that's why we could have achieved this like a rapid economical achievement so far. Like Korea was so poor by after the war, like the 1950s, like it was one of the poorest country in the whole world, and now we're probably having
We lost her.
We lost Julie.
We're all having a few problems. But I have actually spent quite a lot of time in Korea. Oh, there we go. No, Chantal. I've spent quite a lot of time in Korea, and before COVID, I actually lived there for a year or so. But before COVID, I went to Korea. I feel I have like real family there. And I always say I lost my soul in Seoul, but I find Korean women really strong and really amazing. Artists, chefs, all sorts of women that have started businesses all in the last 20 years, I suppose, stepped outside their household roles and created small businesses. So it's really quite amazing to become involved, not just to visit as a tourist, but to actually become involved in the daily life of Korean people. So it's fantastic. I mean, COVID has stopped us all traveling and doing stuff and being such international people, but I'm sure that by the time it starts again, we're all going to start to travel in a much better way, a much more sustainable way. We need to keep this international life going, but we also need to learn to do it more slowly and more sustainably.
Oh, absolutely.
What do you think about that, Diana?
Yeah, I was just agreeing with what you were saying there, that we really do need to focus on sustainability, and that's something that we can definitely learn from our COVID times, is how to become perhaps more sustainable, if there's one good thing we can take away from this.
Yes, absolutely. Just reading the comments that are coming up here on the side. Just want to say how fantastic it is to see everybody, and thank you for supporting us here. International Women's Day. I mean, it's a day that we celebrate everybody, really, our grandmothers. I mean, we all have little family stories that we can tell about the woman that brought us up. And, you know, as a child, I spent a lot of time with my grandmother gluing the front page into the library books because she did the buying for the local library. And I can still smell that glue when we used to, I'd take the Davis paste and I'd put the strip along and then stick it into the front of the book. And I've still got this image of libraries and the smell of them because of that.
Yeah, the women in our lives really do leave a big impact on us growing up, I think.
Yeah. And look at all your gorgeous books behind you, Julie.
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Having some glitch that disconnect, so I'm like not that stable yet. But yeah, one of the like women I wanted to share today was the Yu Guan-sun. She was like recently we actually heard about the situation going in Myanmar, right? So the coup happened, and then their freedom is somewhat limited, restricted, and then one girl who actually who's from the Myanmar, she actually participated the independent movement, and then she was killed, being shot, right? And then she reminded me of the Yu Guan-sun, who actually worked on the independent movement too in the 1930s. And then I wish to that was kind of brief what I can share about like a Korean history. Also, there were women who actually were willing to sacrifice their life to win the freedom of their nation. And like we actually did a lot of contribution, even to the human rights. So I think we should remember those people who are brave enough to like contribute their life for the freedom of all.
Fabulous, fantastic.
Hey, Dina, I would love to. I've never met you before. I don't know anything about you, and I never in my wildest imagination thought I would ever talk to a theoretical physicist. So I would just love to hear a little bit about you and your, like, what brought you to where you are and what inspired you to dream. Did you dream of doing what you're doing, and who paved the way? Anything, just yeah.
So I'm a theoretical physicist, and I specialize in cosmology. So that means that I study the universe and everything inside the universe. And it's just such an amazing topic. And as with a lot of science fields, it's a field where women are extremely underrepresented. And there's really not many women to look up to in our field. But there are a lot of women who have contributed to astronomy, to cosmology, who are frequently forgotten by the history books. One woman I'd just like to briefly mention in this context is Vera Rubin. Now, Vera Rubin was a pioneering astronomer who was one of the first to actually find evidence for dark matter, which is one of the biggest mysteries in my field. Throughout her career, she was met with skepticism, with people not believing her results until a man found exactly the same as what she'd found. And she was never really recognized for her contribution. And for years, a lot of people were asking for her to win the Nobel Prize. And a lot of people in my field were very sure that she should win the Nobel Prize. And she never did. Unfortunately, she passed away 4 years ago, so now she can never win the Nobel Prize. And it's just an example of one of the many women in our field who broke down barriers, who broke down glass ceilings and paved the way for people like me to be here. And her name is forgotten in most of the literature. Her name is erased from the history books. And you know, growing up, I knew I wanted to be a scientist, and I'm going to completely lay the blame for this on my parents, because when I was a kid, I was doing the typical kid thing of pointing at things, what's that, what's that, what's that? And my parents were finding answers for me, and they were encouraging me to keep asking this question. So that actually convinced me that at some point I realized that the way to get these answers is to study physics, because it's what allows you to really understand the world around you. Then I was looking at the night sky and thinking, okay, what's up there? What's that? You know, what can we do with what's up there? So that led me to really go into astronomy and astrophysics and study the universe. And it's just such a fun topic. But it is a field that still needs a lot of work in terms of women. And I think in general, the whole science aspect, we're currently very much underrepresented. And there's always a lot of people saying, okay, the problem is girls are not interested in science. We need to attract girls. You know, let's make everything pink. Let's cater to the younger girls. And this is actually not where the problem lies, because just in the US, for an example, 50% of graduate students in science are women. So at the graduate level, at the people just starting their university careers, we've already attracted the women. The problem then is that at the level of the professors, we're down to 12% women. We really have to ask the question of why are so many people leaving? What's causing these women to actually leave science? One of the biggest reasons is that science is just, the way science and academia is set up, it's not welcoming to women. And, you know, as a white woman, I've had a lot of privilege here, because while science is not welcoming to women, it's a lot better for white women than for women who lie at intersections of other identities. So women of color, black women, trans women, these people have to fight even harder to get recognition in science. And I think that this is something that really motivates me to carry on, to push forward and to change the system from within, because if we all leave, it's never going to change. We need to stay here and try to make the scientific community more welcoming to everybody. But we do need people in positions of power to actually do this as well. And I'm hoping that gradually there's going to be more and more of a shift towards these ideas, that it's not just attracting young girls in science, but it's keeping women in science. That's a big issue.
Yes, yeah. Recognition, that is the thing, isn't it? So women do get forgotten a lot of the time.
Oh, definitely.
Mm,
Yeah, it's like if you think of which famous women in science do you know, almost everybody will think of Marie Curie. She won 2 Nobel Prizes. It's a name we know. She is one among hundreds. It's kind of like of course, a lot of respect to her. She did an amazing job, but she's kind of been made the poster woman of science. Like, oh, we had Marie Curie, therefore, we've achieved equality. And it is very much not the case. And I do like to highlight all of the other women who have contributed, who were forgotten by the history books, because that is unfortunately still very much the case.
But I think part of it also is our job to make sure that these people are recognised and remembered as well.
Absolutely.
And we all face challenges in our lives, but it's up to us to challenge each other as well, to keep working together and bring all of these people to the forefront, expose everything as much as we can.
Absolutely. And if I can just tie it back into a comment that was made early on in the broadcast in the comments, there's also an issue related to this, how women are not given credit for their experience. One basic case of this comes along with titles. Now, I will never expect people to refer to me by my title of Dr. Hooper. But if we're in a professional setting and my male colleagues are introduced by their title, if my male colleagues are introduced as doctor and then I'm introduced as Mrs. Hooper, this is something that does happen, and this is something that adds to this problem of not recognizing the expertise of women. There was a big debate about this recently when Dr. Jill Biden was accused, like, oh, she's using her title when she shouldn't. It's like, no, she earned that title, and we should recognize it. We should really recognize women's experience. And I speak from the position of having one of these degrees, but also women in all walks of life. We need to recognize women's experience and accept this. And I think this is something that there's a lot of work to be done here, especially in terms of how our male peers see our experience and always undervalue women's experience.
So where are you based at the moment, Diana?
So I'm working in Belgium, in Brussels University, but because of the pandemic, I'm hiding out in Germany.
Okay.
I'm at my partner's place in Germany because
so your home is Germany.
I'm currently in Germany. My actual home is Belgium.
Oh, Belgium. Okay. Oh, fantastic. Oh, good. And Tonya, tell us a little bit about what's going on around you at the moment. I know that you're reading War of the Worlds. Yeah.
Yes, I've been practicing my French, so that's if you don't know French, it sounds great, but if you do, I'm really sorry.
Oh, that's fantastic.
No, I just have really been enjoying the transition from Periscope to Hapsier and meeting a new group of people and just connecting people and broadening people's horizons and just encouraging people to not get so overwhelmed about like changing necessarily the whole world, because that's a really big mountain. But if we can each change our own circle of influence and do as much as we can, then that's huge. And I see a lot of people just get overwhelmed. Like there's so much work that needs to be done everywhere, and I can't do any of it. So I'm not going to do I can't do all of it, so I'm not going to do any of it, and they just get overwhelmed. So I would just encourage you all, just in your spheres and where you can, like you guys were saying, just continue to build each other up and speak up when you see others not being treated well, and stand up for each other and support each other. And I think that's a win. And I think if we all do that, that's going to be huge. So,
yeah. And also, everybody has a story to tell.
Yep.
Everybody has a story. We don't know a lot about a lot of people, but it's really good to encourage people to tell their own little stories. And that's how we learn. We're going to make a world that is much bigger and much more open if we can share more of what's going on around us all.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's so important to hear voices from many different people, many different walks of life, and many different experiences, because learning about other people's experience also helps us grow. And having more diversity is never a bad thing. It helps us out in so many ways, and it helps us grow as people.
So, or you're getting lots of nice messages on the side, Diana.
Yeah, I see some of my regular followers are in here chatting as well. It's always nice. It's also very nice to see a lot of men in the comments standing up for us today as well.
Yep.
Yes, yeah.
And I'd encourage all men and all women to carry this energy throughout the year. It's not just today, it's every day.
Yeah, that's right. And I think today gives us a chance to have a voice and to maybe share a little bit about not only ourselves, but be inclusive and bring everybody else into this time that we have here, 8 hours or so. We can include so many people, so many ideas, and send a little message out to all the people in the world about how fantastic women are. And, we can't do it alone. So we just need to always be right here on the spot and supporting everybody.
Well said.
So there we are. Okay, must be time for the next people to come on. I'm not sure who's after us.
I don't know who that is.
No.
Oh.
Well, we did start late, so I guess we can stay on until the next people.
Okay. Yeah, okay, let's just wait until they pull the next people in as well. So during the day, I was looking at the list of all the people that are going to be coming on. So we're going to get lots of interesting stories from different women around the world. And I believe some men are going to be brave enough to come on here with us as well. So
nice.
It's going to be really interesting. So I'm not sure who they are, but it's going to be lovely. So it'll make it an all-round entertaining day for us all.
Definitely. I will miss it in later hours because of the time difference. And, for me, it's still a reasonable time. I just remembered that, Louise, you're up at like 6 o'clock in the morning for this.
And I haven't had my coffee yet. I'm going to do that. On my next break from this, I'm going to make my coffee. So
yeah, you definitely need coffee.
Yeah. But I actually have a fairly, tonight I've got a reasonably busy day actually. I'll take a break from this because I'm going to be meeting some people for lunch. But then later on in the day, I go to Street Choir, which is an organisation that we have in my local area for for anybody that's marginalised. So we have a lot of homeless people. We just have a real cross section of our particular community. And then I go to Maori language class for an hour before that. So I have 3 hours doing something completely different, which I really, really love. And I can't sing. I'm not a singer at all. I'm only there for the community. So, but I have a lot of fun with people. So, and of course, all that cooking that you see me do, I usually take along to the Street Choir as well. So it's not. Nice. I'm not eating it. I'm always taking it for our little break that we have. So yeah. So my day's quite long today.
So, Louise, maybe you can give us a perspective. I just thought of a question here because you're in New Zealand. You talked already before about the inspirational figures in New Zealand. Would you say that white women in New Zealand have more, or how is it different for Indigenous people in New Zealand? If you could give a bit of perspective on that, maybe.
Well, there is disparity. But Maori women lead. We have several people in Parliament, in government. They are wonderful, wonderful leaders. But we do have a big difference between those that are very, very well educated and those that have just slipped through the system and not so well educated. And I think this is generally in society, but we do notice it more than ever. I think, or probably because we're just here in the community, and I think it's when the education system doesn't quite pick up those that are a little bit more disadvantaged and they tend to take the ones that are doing well and move them through the system. The others tend to drop out. But women's rights generally, Maori have had to fight for a lot of rights since colonisation. And I think that's a general thing all around the world as well. Dame Fina Cooper, she was one of our great Maori woman leaders here. She led the Hikoi, the Land March. I think it was in maybe 1978 or 1978, I think, around that time. And she marched from the very top of the North Island to the Parliament. And there's beautiful photos of her walking with her walking stick, and she'd take a little moko, little grandchild would be walking with her at some time. She's been a great inspiration to a lot of New Zealanders. But yes, there is a difference. But we're working really, really hard to try and make that difference, not such a gap. Yeah, to bring it all together, because of course, hey, it's all who's got the money. So the people with the money that are doing, ones that can afford the education, they can afford the travel, they can afford the nice houses. So, and that's the same with any society.
I think that's a problem we see in a lot of cultures and across the world in general, that whoever is in power with the money is who controls most of the things. So it's very hard to change the system without addressing that as well.
That's right. Yeah. But, you know, and of course we have like a lot of vulnerable communities here as well. Auckland, the city that I live in, is the largest Polynesian city in the world. So we have a lot of people here from the Pacific Islands that haven't ever been exposed to the diseases that the European world has, like measles. We had a big measles epidemic last year. So a lot of these things are happening. So it's, you know, yeah, we're right at the bottom of the world, and we're a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, of course, makes sense.
So, we've got a bit of action behind. It's International Women's Day after all.
Louise, I have to get to my day job now, but I just wanted to thank you for having me on here for a bit. And Dina, it was really nice meeting you. So I'm looking forward to hearing more from you. And you guys, just like we've been saying, just keep encouraging each other and standing up for each other. And I will see you all around.
Yes,
it's nice
thank
meeting
you so much, Tonya. Happy International Women's Day.
You too.
Hey, we have Chantal back.
I'm back. I'm sitting here with my cup of coffee, awake. Like
your coffee.
No. I have a ginger tea. But I like to. I heard the question about the indigenous people in New Zealand. I have to add something to that, because I'm married to a Maori, and what they have in New Zealand is they have the treaty where they have given the land back. I'm right, yeah, if I'm telling this story, Louise, that they gave it back to the Maori people, to the indigenous people, which is involving a lot of money.
Okay,
so all these tribes, they got these bulks of money, or what they get from the government, and they're put into I don't know how you call it, but where Maori kids can get funds to study. So
into a trust.
Exactly. Yeah. It is in a trust, and they get paid out of a trust already when they're born, you know, to go to school, to help. Also the people, like later in life, if they get troubles, they get the opportunity to travel, to learn about the world, to feel better. So these trusts are helping a lot, I have to say, because I heard that and I was like, so New Zealand is very advanced with the indigenous people in paying back what they took away from them.
Okay. So the Treaty of Waitangi was signed in 1840 between the British government and the local Maori chiefs. And it was a well-respected document at that time. Unfortunately, the reading of the Treaty of Waitangi is completely different in Maori from when it's translated. after several years, the Treaty of Waitangi was upheld for several years, and then with the influx of European people, the land was being taken away from Maori. A lot of land was taken illegally. In some cases, it was sold. So land that was sold could not be returned. But many, many years later, we had the Waitangi Tribunal. So this is when the rights of the people were disputed, and the Treaty of Waitangi ordered that the illegal land that had been taken needed to be given back to the tribes. So this has been an ongoing process for many, many years. So land has been given back, and when it couldn't be given back, monetary money was given back. So it was a financial settlement. Then it's up to the iwis. Look, and I may not be describing this in exactly an official way, but this is my understanding of it. So then the money was given back to the tribes, and it was put into a trust, and it was up to them to distribute the money in the way that they wanted to. So they could invest it in businesses. So the whole of our fishing industry is run by, well, not the whole of it probably, but most of it is run by the iwi and set up by the trust. I think we still have one iwi yet to settle, but most of the settlements have been made. So so we've. I think we're almost getting. It's almost, I don't know, not equal, but the reparations have been made, and people are generally satisfied. But of course, because of all of this has been happening, it has created a lot of tension. And yes, there are different scholarships that are given to students, can apply for university scholarships or working scholarships, and this is all funded by the iwi.
Yeah, so in that way, they are already a step ahead from other countries where that has not been done yet. So yeah, so I just wanted to add a little bit of that story, because New Zealand is pretty, far. Not only that they have a lovely New Zealand female prime minister, but also in that department. Yeah. But at the end, it's I missed a little part of your story because I went on a toilet break. I'm sorry. It was exactly when you were talking. So I heard what your specialty is, in which grounds, and where it's basically a man's world. And I did miss how did you get to your choice, like to get into that field?
Yeah, I always credit my parents with that, because as a young kid I was super curious, and my parents always encouraged this and gave me answers, and tried to help me find the answers. And then I started asking bigger questions instead of just like, what's that pointing at the TV? It's like, okay, how does that work? And at that point, to get those answers, I kind of went into physics to figure out how everything around me works. And then I was looking at the night sky. I got a telescope at one point and was looking up at the night sky. It's like, okay, I want to know what's going on up there. I want to understand the bigger mystery of what is the universe, what's our place in the universe, what's out there when we look up. And that led me to go into astrophysics and cosmology, which is just studying everything up there. And it's such a cool topic, but I again want to mention here just how important my parents' support was for me to get to this point. And I think we can tie that back to the comment before of how important it is for parents to educate the next generation. My parents brought me up with the idea of being a woman should not stop you from doing anything. My brother was brought up with the idea of you should respect women as much as men. And I think it's really, really important for people to pass this on to the next generation, because this is where we change people. This is where we shape ideas and shape the future, is by really educating our kids in a way where it's just second nature for everybody to respect each other, to treat each other properly. And I think this is something that we also really need to emphasize, of how important it is to teach young kids, both for parents and at schools and within the community, to teach kids to be the future we want to see.
Yeah, that is amazing. I have I'm very fortunate that I'm born in the Netherlands, which was very upfront with women's rights, and so for me there was never any difference, like in my generation, because there was a big like movement in the 70s. So by the time I went to high school, it was all it was all equal. Like they even had campaigns like for women. So I studied also like exact, like the technical parts, because the maths, because they were promoting all that. And only when I started to travel, because the cultural part and the history part, I never paid really a lot of attention when I was in school. When I started to travel, I was fortunate enough to go around the world as being a model. And I was like, oh my God, this is not normal. Where I'm raised on the same level, that everybody has the same rights, like men, women, opportunities. And I just, like I found in the end a New Zealander as a boyfriend, but I would go to Australia, and nothing against Australians, guys, but I realized that there was still a difference, that you do men things and woman things. Well, I was always like, well, there is no difference there is no difference. We're just all the same. So yeah, this opened my eyes when I started to travel, that not everybody had that easy upbringing as what I had in the Netherlands. So I'm very grateful, not only because of my parents, but also because of the country where I grew up, where they had already leveled that all out.
Yeah, I think it's, as you say, just so important to have that. I grew up in Spain, and Spain is still very much a deeply sexist country. And there are still a lot of divisions that is, even the teachers have this intrinsic bias, and it's passed on. And in general, in Spain, there's such a disrespect towards women that you kind of get it ingrained in your system, and you have to train yourself not to accept the conditioning that you were taught. Growing up as a kid, if I saw a woman with a lot of makeup, my first thought was, wow, she's wearing a lot of makeup. And then I'd immediately correct myself with, so what? Let her do whatever she wants, let her celebrate it. But getting rid of these ingrained biases is something that takes a long time. And if you're in a society that is constantly reminding you that, in their view, women are inferior, it's something that ends up infiltrating your whole thought pattern and can affect girls' morale. I was actually reading a study recently that overall in the world, by the age of about 5, girls no longer think that they can become president, and girls no longer think that they can become scientists by the age of 5. Right? And it's like, how have we got to the point that society is telling our young girls that this is the case? And I think this is something that we really, really need to change as well, is how we give these biases to our children.
But this study was like in general worldwide, or was it?
It was over the average worldwide. So I think they took in different countries at what age the girls in general have these ideas.
Mm-hmm.
The average age was by the age of 5, girls no longer thought they could be president.
That is great.
Of course, then you might change this as you grow up and as you realize this is a stereotype that I need to get rid of. But if at the age of 5 our girls are thinking this, it's not helping change the future.
Yeah, wow. I realized that I've been sort of protected, like in a family where my dad always has brought me up with, I can do anything I want, always make sure you can take care of yourself, always, like a very like, let's go forward. But that would have never crossed my mind as 5. If I would have wanted to be a president, I wanted to be a president.
Yeah, I know that's how we should all think, right? That there should be no barriers like that, regardless of your gender, of your race, of your religion, of your sexual orientation, or your gender presentation. This should not be a barrier to anybody.
No,
These are the type of barriers we need to destroy.
No, we should be able to do whatever we want, and what our passion is, basically, that we can follow our passion. I think that is like a very important thing. If your passion is in the maths, or your passion is in that direction, you should be able to follow that, and not like, oh, you have to do this or that. And yeah, wow. But were there other people that wanted to join, Louise? Because I saw you were chatting in the
Yes,
in the
I'm
group.
just asking Charlene, who's in London, and she's an amazing inspiration, positively slim. I'm hoping she may have time. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Let's see who else joins. We still have
Charlene.
7.5 hours to go.
Exactly, Diana. How's your coffee intake going on?
Yeah, I will not survive the 7.5 hours. It's like
I'm
already dinner time for me. I will not survive 7 more hours. Yeah.
We've got Sylvia.
I'm kidding.
Hello.
Hi.
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 Sylvia, how are you?
Happy Women's Day.
Happy
Sorry, I just finished working, so I just came home. I just pressed this. I'm sorry. I'm not prepared.
Very good. Come stai?
Bene, grazie.
So are you Italian or are you American? You're Italian.
No, I'm Italian.
Yeah, no. I don't know. I thought you were American. But so you are in Verona.
I'm in Verona, yes. I live here. And yeah, I was supposed to go live in 5 minutes. I don't know what's happening, what I have to do. But yeah,
Well, you just have to sit down, pull out a bottle of wine, take a glass,
I will do that.
Exactly, because
I will take a bottle of nice rosé now, and I will take a glass with you after a job, so it's okay. I will relax.
Do you? Yeah, for you it's a bit early for wine, no, Louise?
Yeah, a little bit early. Yes. I'm looking forward to this.
How is the situation in New Zealand? How does women celebrate today in New Zealand? Is there anything special or?
So for us, it was yesterday, and there's not, because we're now on Tuesday, so I'm ahead of you. We don't have anything special. Usually we celebrate Suffragette Day in September, which is when first woman got the vote in 1893. So that's more of a celebration here, and we do both together at that time. But yesterday there would have been, a lot of smaller events happening, I'm sure, because everybody was talking about it.
Do you have these also traditional?
Mimosa! It's the mimosa time, no?
Yes, and this is the symbol of women. So everybody used to celebrate women in Italy with this plant. Sometimes I ask more equity than more plants, but it's fine because
this is what my husband drew for me. Mimosa.
Perfect, fantastic.
You see, my husband made me nice mimosa on paper, so now I have to frame it.
It will stay forever. Mine only a few days, so it's better yours maybe.
Yeah, but because mimosa, it has to be quite cold. I heard you have to keep it a little bit cold, otherwise it goes too quick. No.
See, I put on the terrace in the night. It's still cold here.
Ah, good. Oh, good.
Bene.
And I
Glad
think
to see you girls.
Nice to see you.
Give me a few moments. Wow, Charlene, everybody's here. Cool. So in a couple of minutes, I have my live speaking about women in the wine business, which is a very tough job because it's very machist. And so I Blinky Bill. Yeah, just subscribe it.
We
And
we
so,
we love it that you're gonna take this over, because then Louise can go have coffee, and
I'll still be watching.
and
but yeah.
Diana, she can also have a break. So then, if you do that, if you do your half an hour, then we can all come back later. So have you got your wine? Whenever you're ready, we are
yeah,
off.
okay.
I think
So
Bobby
I
is
see
coming
you
up
guys.
soon as well.
Nice to see you, and I talk to you later. And if you want to join me in the live with the wine, with the glass of wine, you're more than welcome.
Okay. Okay.
Ciao.
Bye. Ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao. Okay. I don't know if there's anybody from HEPS here to switch me off.
And
Hello.
maybe Charlene.
Yep.
Okay, so I guess we'll soon get the replacements in. We've already stayed on like half an hour more than we initially planned.
It was fantastic. It was fascinating listening to you, Diana.
Yeah,
really
likewise. I really feel like I learned a lot from you today as well.
Right.
And I think that's something that is what this is all about, right? Meeting other amazing women, sharing our stories, learning from each other.
Exactly, and we don't have a script, and we're just chatting, and it's really
very
nice.
much improvised.
Yes, yeah. And I think Charlene will come on a little bit later. I'm just actually trying to read who's coming up next.
I think Bobby is coming up next as well. That will be fun. She's always great fun.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah, I think it's also great, just a shout out to the HAPS organisers for putting this together, because it's really nice that you've given us this platform for like 9 hours to just chat and have fun and get to know each other and celebrate women everywhere. So thanks to the HAPS team for setting this up. We're very, very happy about this.
And I think we should go and leave Sylvia with her wine.
I guess we should wait for the replacements to be in, so there's at least somebody on the screen.
Yes, but Sylvia was there, so she's taken off somewhere.
Yeah, she's getting her bottle of wine.
Oh, she's getting it. Yeah, left to do her own. Oh, she's left to do her own broadcast.
Yeah, I shall be back soon with wine.
Okay, so maybe Sylvia left to do her own broadcast. Oh, we'll be back. We should get Charlene in.
Yeah, I think she's coming up, and Bobby is coming up as well. They're probably just in the in-between phase of joining, so I think it always takes a few minutes. But yeah, it's definitely been fun. I think we've had 9 different people so far, and there's another 25 women scheduled or so. There's going to be so many amazing women. I will not watch it all live, but I will catch the replay tomorrow. There's going to be some really fun stories to listen to.
I think a lot of people spontaneously might join as well, which would be really, really nice.
Yeah, it will also be nice. I guess for a lot of people in the US, it's still quite early in the day, and I think in the evening it might get quite fun here with a lot of people jumping on. Yeah, that would be fun. It's also fun to do this over 9 hours, because then people from all around the world can join. I mean, for you it's very early. For me, it's getting quite late. But it's nice.
We're fortunate, in a way, that most people are at home at the moment. People are not out. People are working from home, and they're not out as much. So it's a great opportunity to be able to do this. Thanks, Jilly. That's awesome. Thank you. All those lovely awards there.
Yeah, thanks everybody for the awards. It's always so nice. I love the award thing on HAPS. It's just such a nice feature that we have here.
Yes.
So today, after this broadcast, I encourage everybody to go find your favorite women on HAPS and give them the Celebrate Women Award. Give all women on HAPS the Celebrate Women Award. Today's the day when you give us all the awards.
And also I think today is a good day to. I was thinking, your favorite musician, your favorite female singer, maybe your favorite author, your favorite artist. Just give a little thought. We think of everybody so generally, but to actually have somebody that you can name as being your own special favorite is sometimes quite nice.
I had a game I played as a kid, because the police alphabet, where every letter has a corresponding thing, like Alpha, Bravo, a good way of thinking of letters.
Yes.
At some point in my studies, we decided to do an alphabet with famous physicists. Doing that is like, for the letter A, think of a physicist with a surname starting with A. And we drew up the list and looked at it, and we had 1 woman out of 26, and I was very annoyed about this. So something I like doing sometimes is just see if I can do my alphabet with random women who I think are inspirational and find one for every letter. And it really forces you to think about, like, which famous women do I know whose surname starts with a Z, who I can add here, who I think is an inspiration. In order to fill this out, you end up having to like jump on Wikipedia or on Google, like, show me all inspirational women with this letter. And then you learn so much about a lot of inspiring women. So that's a fun activity. You know, if people like doing these things, it's one of those really weird things, I know, but if you like doing this, try doing an alphabet and you know, picking up a woman for every letter and see if you can find all 26 women.
Yeah, that's amazing. Somebody's just asking, what was the name of that game?
I don't think I ever gave it a name. It was just a game I played with my friends and then carried on like, okay, let's just do this.
Okay, yeah, well, maybe you should do it. Yeah.
And physicists are notoriously bad at naming things. So if we have to come up with a name, it would probably be called something like the alphabet name game. So we're very bad at figuring out names for things.
Oh, Melanie's here. So Melanie's, she says one of her favorite poets is Maya Angelou.
Okay, I haven't heard of her. I will absolutely go look her up.
I haven't heard of her either. Maya Angelou, maybe, or Angelou. Yeah. Jason's saying he loves Olivia Ty. Oh, I think we all do.
I was in a broadcast recently where somebody started playing feminist poetry, and it was really, really nice. So maybe we could get some feminist poetry in here today as well.
Yes. I'm just going to see if, Melanie, would you like to come up and read a poem to us?
Oh, that would be amazing.
That would be great, wouldn't it? I'll just, I better ask her before because Melanie reads a poem every night. I'll just see.
I'm definitely happy to have more poetry here.
Yes. And I don't think she's too shy.
No, I think we have Charlene joining us now.
Oh, good. Yes, looks like it. Fantastic.
Great. And Rita, awesome.
Oh, and Rita, nice.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Nice to see you, Rita.
Hi.
This is my water and lemon juice. Every day I have a glass of water, start the day, water and half a lemon.
Good thing to do.
It fixes everything.
Yeah, if in doubt, use lemon.
Absolutely. Yeah. Rita, where are you from?
I am from many places. I was born in New York from Italian parents. Lived a good part of my life where my ancestral land, which is southern Italy, and spend most of my time in Philadelphia these days.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, great. So, okay, so Philadelphia, you're just coming out of winter?
Yes.
So it's been a cold winter, I'm sure.
It has. It really has.
Thanks to HAPS, we know exactly what the weather's like in every country around the world.
Yeah, it's really good, right? We can figure out everybody's time zone and weather.
I still get so confused with the time zones.
Yeah, you constantly have to remember, like, it's this time here, it's that time there.
Yeah, because everybody I'm ahead, everybody's behind me. I'm always having to count backwards. And that's even more confusing.
Yeah, in Europe, you have to count forward and backwards, like, depending who you're talking to. Okay, I see we have a few more people coming up. Maybe Charlene is trying to join. Bobby should be here soon. Yeah, I saw somebody mention earlier that it would be a really nice feature on HAPS if we had like a clock for everybody next to our name and our location, just what time it is in everybody's location.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that would be very good. Eleanor has just said that the feminist poetry the other day was by Andrea Gibson.
Charlene.
Very happy to listen to that. Hey, Charlene.
Welcome.
Are you here,
Yeah,
Charlene?
you're here. Can you hear
Hello,
us?
I'm here.
Oh,
This is
fantastic.
weird.
Oh, oh, lovely to see
Hello.
you.
Yeah, you too.
Where are you, Charlene?
I'm a Canadian living in London, England.
Nice.
Yeah. Where are you? I missed that part.
I'm in Germany. I live in Belgium, but I'm currently in Germany at my partner's place.
Oh, nice. Nice. And how is everyone?
We're good. We're good. It's 7:40 a.m. here in New Zealand.
Yeah,
So
7:40 p.m. for me.
but that's okay. I've got an early start to the day. I'll achieve a lot.
Oh, that's good. That's very good.
What's the time of
Just
year,
one
Rita?
thing. Yeah. So this is all new to me because it's my first time on HAP, so I'm very
welcome.
excited.
Fantastic. Yeah, it's new
Thank
to us
you.
all. Mm.
Yes, I know. So I'll just say hi to Dina D and Chantel because I've said hello. But I'm wondering if you can help me because I can only see comments. Is that supposed to be what my view is?
I've not used it on the phone, so I'm not sure. I only use it on desktop.
You're on your phone.
Okay. Well,
can you see
yes.
us?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, we can see you.
That's all right. Don't worry. I'll just play around. I don't want to stop the conversation. So keep going.
Yeah. I'm just thinking because usually when because I'm always using my phone, I'm never using the computer. So, but usually I can see everybody. There might be something that you need to. There must be a button. Maybe somebody can help in the comments. If you're seeing comments,
yeah, that's all right.
Yeah. So Rita, I don't think I know you. What do you do?
Me.
I was just trying to write it.
Yeah.
Charlene,
So
go ahead, I'll go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Charlie.
I've been working in the fitness industry for about 27 years. So I've been personal training, teaching Pilates, leading wellness workshops in companies. So very busy inspiring people to find what fitness and activities work very well for themselves.
Yeah, that's really nice. It's always good to have this like customized thing.
Yeah,
Rita, what
I
about
think
you?
that's more and more the way that fitness and nutrition is going, is taking a much more individualized approach rather than a sort of cookie cutter approach.
Definitely.
Yeah, because we are all individuals. So even though there's research on many things in health and fitness and exercise, of course, we want to look at those things, but we are all individuals. We live in different environments. We have different values. We have different needs and wants. Yeah, so it's a very interesting time, I think, in our industry.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess currently in lockdown, a lot of people are going to come out of lockdown wanting to get back in shape. I know I haven't done exercise in such a long time now. So coming out of lockdown will be a good time.
Yeah. Well, I've actually heard both sides. I've heard some people actually, because they want more structure, because they're working from home, they actually are taking the time to go out for a walk or a jog or a cycle or something as part of their daily schedule. Whereas other people haven't done as much because they don't have access to the gym or their favorite sport or any of that. So, yeah, I think there's been sort of both sides of the fence really on this during lockdown.
I just saw somebody in the comments when you said the cookie cutter, somebody said, "Oh, cookies," and that is very much my response to that as well. Like my fitness is go bake cookies.
Yeah, yeah.
Charlene, there's a message here from Pablo saying you need to press the lock button off.
Press the lock button off. Okay, you guys keep talking and I'll try and find it.
Yeah, lock button off. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So Rita, do you want to tell us a bit about yourself?
Sure. So I am an intellectual artist. and that means that I'm both a data geek and an artist at the same time. I am an author, an activist, and have focused most of my life helping organizations achieve their goals with evaluation, but also helping organizations be more in integrity with their principles and their culture, and with an emphasis on social justice and equity. I know
That's amazing.
That's helpful.
Sorry, I think I cut you off there. I didn't mean to do that. Just like, wow, that's so amazing
No,
that you're
that's
helping
okay.
people with that.
Yeah, I said I know that's a mouthful. I have a new book coming out in about a month, so I'm pretty excited about that. Both
Well, that's
exhausted and
exciting.
excited at the same time.
What's it about?
The book is called Digging Up the Seeds of White Supremacy.
Oh,
And it
nice.
does a historical analysis of the intentions that were set in each and every one of our systems when they were created in the United States. So medical, legal, criminal justice, juvenile justice, education, and so forth. So we can actually look at how fear and white supremacy were embedded in all of our systems from the very beginning.
That sounds really interesting. Where can we pre-order your book?
You can add yourself to my newsletter, which is where I will, I'll put it in the chat. My website is ritafiora.com, and if you add yourself to my newsletter, you'll know when it comes out.
That's great. It sounds like such an interesting and relevant topic today. So it's really something that a lot of us should probably read up more on.
Absolutely. Well, it came up for me because the conversation about the conversation about racism has now shifted to systemic racism. When people talk about systemic racism, they're talking about mainly by talking about policies. The analogy of the book, if racism is a tree, changing policies is like pruning the tree. It's not really uprooting it. It's just pruning some of the branches.
That's a very interesting perspective. No, I think that's a really nice analogy. I hadn't heard it expressed like that, but it makes a lot of sense. Oh, somebody new, Melanie.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Melanie. Nice to see you. Wow, fantastic. I've just asked the HAPS team to take me out because I feel like I've been on for quite a while, and I'd like to leave it with you, beautiful ladies.
Yeah, I will do the same.
Yeah, so, no, Diana, you stay because it's lovely listening to you talking to them. Melanie,
Yeah, no, I've been on like nearly over an hour and a half now, like an hour and 20 minutes. I was going to stay on for half an hour, so I'll also leave and pass the torch on to the next people.
And I'll be back again shortly too. So, okay, so we'll just wait for, yeah. Melanie, thank you so much for coming on, and this will be fantastic.
That's
She's
okay,
going to read us
sweetheart.
all.
Thank you for inviting me.
So we'll just wait until, should we just wait for us to disappear and then you can have the screen. And Rita, if you stay on, and then that'll be really interesting. We've got the poet and the author.
Yeah. Excellent.
Okay, it was great
Wonderful.
speaking to everybody here.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Thank you everybody for
Well done,
staying with
ladies.
us and talking with us. It's been really, really great. Just getting things organized.
Louise, are you heading off?
Yeah, I'm going to be around. I'm going to be watching because I'm coming back on a little bit later as well. And I've got 2 more slots. I've got one with Chantal and one with Joy, who's in Japan, and which will be really interesting for me because normally at this time of the year I'd be getting ready to go to Japan. So, but I can't this year. So I'm going to go and make a coffee as soon as I've got a break. I'm getting desperate.
Oh. Shall I start?
I've got my little coffee pot all set up. I've got a little espresso machine. I've got it all ready to go, and all I've got to do is put it on the element.
Yeah, maybe you can start with the poem and we'll just gradually fade out at some point.
Okie dokie. This is a famous poem by the American author, the famous American poet who was prominent in the figure of the civil rights movement, and that's Maya Angelou, one of my favorites. And this is called Caged Bird. I'm sure you've all heard about the caged bird. A free bird leaps on the back of the wind and floats downstream till the current ends and dips his wing in the orange sun's rays and dares to claim the sky. But a bird that stalks down his narrow cage can seldom see through the bars of rage. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied, so he opens his throat to sing. The caged bird sings with a fearful thrill of things unknown but longed for still, and his tune is heard on the distant hill, for the caged bird sings of freedom. The free bird thinks of another breeze, and trade winds soft through the sighting trees, and the fat worms waiting on a dawn bright lawn, and he names the sky his own. But a caged bird stands on the grave of dreams. His shadow shouts on a nightmare screams. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied, so he opens his throat to sing. The caged bird sings with a fearful thrill of things unknown but longed for still, and his tune is heard on the distant hill, for the caged bird sings of freedom. I'm so sorry, I was so nervous. Sorry about my stumbling, but I was a little bit nervous. Hello, can anybody hear me? Oh no, don't say you didn't hear me.
We heard you fine, Melanie. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's good. Oh, wonderful. That's good.
Bobby, you're on now.
Oh, hello. Good evening, everybody. I'm just texting my guest, Petula Skeet, the 5-time Emmy Award winner. She's gonna join us here. So I've invited her. So happy International Women's Day. We celebrate Women's Day every day, really, because we are women. But let me say that men are not, excluded from the celebration, because you have mothers, you have sisters, you have daughters. Pretty much is a celebration for everybody, because you're celebrating the women in your life. But thank you for having me here. And I am happy to be on the Hubs account. I haven't seen what has been going on during, this past hour, as I just literally arrived home. I was out with my son celebrating. So we went shopping and had, a bunch of things bought and sat in the garden just chilling and tasting like Korean drinks and food. So I've had a lovely day so far. So I hope you had a great day as well. Hello. Who is here? I am just trying. Hi, Rita. Hi.
Bobby, sweetheart, I'm going to leave now. Okay, let somebody else
Oh
come in.
no! Already?
Yes, it's okay.
Oh! I'm not even in view. Oh, I'm there somewhere.
Are you there?
It's okay. I mean, you can make me smaller. I can just come closer, I suppose. Yay, Bobby Baker, Melanie. Hey, hey, Melanie. How are you? How's
I'm good,
everybody
thank
doing?
you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How awesome is this? The Hubs is organizing another marathon. I have
Wonderful.
invited a few guests. I know that I am up 10:30 p.m. GMT, so that would be, I don't know, what is that, 7:30, I think, PST? I have a couple of slots because my guests come at different times. So Petula is joining us in a minute, and yeah, she was working, so she's kind of rushing, has a bit of time. So I thought I'll introduce her. I had a coffee chat on my channel a few days ago with her, and she's so inspirational and started her journey. I mean, from she's an island girl from Nevis, and now she has 5 Emmys under her belt and works with big names and celebrities. Well, women, inspiring women, let's say, because celebrities are just women like us that are high achievers, or are in public eye and are seen most. So that's why. But all women are amazing and unique. Oh, doggy there. So yeah. Hello, Peter. Peter, how amazing. I need to give Peter a shout out, okay? I'm sorry. I need to give Peter a shout out because he set up this GoFundMe page for a woman, one of us, a member of our community, a beautiful woman that was one of my first sponsors and the first people to welcome in here after Pablo and Peter kind of took me away from Periscope. But yes, Lucia, that is going through difficult times now, and he and the Hubs team set up this GoFundMe page, and it was lovely because then I did a marathon to kind of gain that last bit of chunk of money that Lucia needed to raise. And it's just beautiful when the community comes together. And I want to say thank you to everybody that joined forces and came in with your donation to help one of our family members, you know, to just rest, don't have that headache of financial strains, and, you know, go there and focus on healing and get better. But thank you, Peter. You are amazing. And all the Hubs team, you guys rock. I mean, like, they're just so kind and have shown it over and over to us, to all of us, you know. So that's what I wanted to give a shout out, because this is the Hubs account, not my own account. I did all that in my account. But good evening. Hello, Eleanor. And happy International Women's Day, and happy birthday to you. Is Eleanor's birthday today. How awesome, you know, it's like women and birthday at the same time. So, sorry, I've taken over. Rita is just there sitting. Did I step on a conversation?
No,
Hi.
it's just my first time here, and I'm still trying to figure out how it all works. But
I am going to.
For doing the honors. Absolutely, Bobby. With you're doing the honors.
Oh, your audio kind of gone, or is it Peter taking that off? I'm not used to not being director on a broadcast, having just somebody else direct. Pablo is, big shout out to Pablo, you know, and he's just amazing. You know, he's always behind the scene helping us all, and everyone else who, yes, amazing, right? Oh, my sister is here. I thought you were, do you want to come up? I know she's coming at 10 o'clock, but yeah, my sister is here. She's calling students at the moment because it's in Albania, actually. 8th of March is Mother's Day. So that's why I was out with Mother's Day. I celebrate 2 Mother's Days. So it's the British Mother's Day and Albanian Mother's Day. I don't know, somewhere there in the world, do you guys celebrate during the International Women's Days, like the Mother?
Hey, we're live. Talk about being thrown into the frying pan, Rita. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm not sure my connection. Can you hear me okay?
I can't hear you. Hey, my name is Revolution McInnes, and we're just having a couple of technical glitches here, so I just jumped in real quick. Rita's a friend of mine. We do work together at the nonprofit that I'm a part of. Rita does social justice, racial equity work. She's got a book coming out, and she's just it's really great. Rita, I think you would really love this platform as a way to connect, with women and all kinds of folks. And you're brand new, and it's crazy right now doing one of these marathons. But also get a little bit about your book and what you have a podcast too, right? And talk about women and power, that kind of stuff. Because I'm going to be quiet.
Just a general question. Just small question, Revolution. I expect nothing less of you. Can you hear me okay? Because it looks like at some point that I was freezing.
And Bobby is like she's like my co-host on our show R&B, so Bobby might be able to answer the question too. But go ahead, Rita. Oh, we lost her for a sec.
I'm here.
Hey, Liza.
Hello,
Go ahead,
Liza.
Rita.
Oh, Liza should come up here. Oh, Petula is here as well. Hello, Petula. We have another amazing woman right in here. I am so happy you could make it. Wow, you look so beautiful. I love that. So bright. Happy.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome.
Thank you.
How are you today?
I'm doing well. I just got off from work and now I'm here, excited and pumped. It's International Women's Day. Why not? Be pumped. It's our day.
I know, but it's our day every day, girl. I mean, whoa. I mean, we're not stopping being women and having all women's problems and everything if it's not International Women's Day. But this is a date that we can bring awareness. So let men know some things that we go through, men that don't know. But women from across the world can raise their voices today and talk about all issues. So highlight issues that's going on, and maybe people in power, can make changes,
Yes.
So yeah, Petula, I think there is some noise on your computer. Either put the voice down, or because I can hear some noise, background noise on your computer.
You're better. It's better now.
Hello. Yeah, because it was like a background noise and it's distracting. You're looking very beautiful, by the way. And we have Rita here. And
Hi,
Rev.
Rita. Hi.
Hi.
Guys.
Nice to see you.
So Petula is one of my sister's friend, Donica, that is here watching us. Even though she was supposed to call kids at school, she's here supporting. For Rita. What? Oh, okay. So pretty much she introduced me, and I had to invite her on my channel to introduce her to a HAPS community, and especially just to bring her on HAPS because she's so amazing, so motivational, and I'm sure she'll inspire so many women out there and young girls especially. And she's got this saying, you know what, I'm going to let you say it because the lovely motto of yours. Should I say it, or will you say it?
Well,
Creating your signature look.
Yes.
And you go?
Creating your signature looks by styling your confidence.
Awesome. Isn't that awesome? So yeah, she's you know what? Shall we go from there? Because I know some people didn't come during my live broadcast, and here we are. I wanted to say, can you introduce yourself a little bit to the HAPS community on this channel, just in case they missed our interview? You guys can catch interview on my channel, but I'll let Petula just introduce herself to the world out there. So take it away, Petula. Give us an introduction.
Thank you once again, HAPS, for having me. And Petula, who's Petula? Petula is a mother of two, a beauty expert, a 5-time Emmy Award-winning hairstylist, and a motivational speaker. But before I wore all those hats, I am from a small island called Nevis. It's 36 square miles. It is so beautiful. I always tell people it's the size of a dot. Like you could put a dot, voila, you in Nevis. But growing up in Nevis, you know, I had so much confidence. I can remember when I was like 3 years old and I had an afro and I was feeling good. But when I turned 6 years old and went to school and started being with my peers, my confidence was taken away from me. I was robbed because they told me I was an ugly girl. I was a very tall girl and still tall. I stand 6 feet tall if I stand up right now, and very dark, as you can see, and I had big feet. So they didn't know what to think of me, so they just said, "Oh, you ugly." So when they told me that, my confidence was taken away from me. And my mom, when I went home and asked her, "Why do I have to look this way? Why?" And she said, you know, in my accent, I will tell you, she said, "Petty, you a beautiful girl. And when you grow up, they're going to want you and you're not going to want them." So that was in my head. I was wondering, how can I purchase beauty? I wanted to look like my peers. I wanted to have light skin because some of them was lighter than me. I was the darkest one and the tallest one. So I wanted to have light skin and I wanted beautiful hair. So that's how I started. When I moved to America, I went into the beauty field. And that's how I started my career. So, that's pretty much a little bit about me. And then I told myself, I didn't just want to be a typical hairstylist. I wanted to be a hairstylist with a purpose. I wanted to help other ladies that got their confidence taken away from them, or who look like me and they felt ugly, for them to discover themselves, to let them know that they're one beautiful human being. And that's how I really started in the beauty field. I always tell people I started by default, but it was one of the best default that ever happened to me in my life.
Amazing story. I mean, like, you shared more of it on my channel, but as I said, guys, have a look at that interview. But I love how kind of when you share your story, it does connect, but it gives hope to other young girls out there, because how the social media is these days, so much pressure. It's so much pressure to look a certain way. We all like editing photos, and we are told that, that is from the magazines we see. Like, me and you work in the beauty industry, so we do a lot of that, the makeup and the glam and glitz, but behind the scenes, everybody is just a normal person. Remove all that makeup, we're just humans pretty much. So you put that, and people see the magazines, and the little girls, the teenagers, and they all want to look like the girls in the magazines. So it's up to us to set the standards and to say, hey, that is the job, and but also to kind of put different types of women, not just thin this, now they are opening it up a little bit, but how it was, you have to be certain way. For Christ's sake, the models have died from, starvation, because they are told you're too fat. I know a model that I worked with. She opened her own business then, but she's a big advocate and talks about how the designer told her to lose weight, and she was only size 6, and how much thinner could she get. So we have to raise that standard. We have to speak up that is not okay. It's being healthy is okay, and being acceptable how we look, because as we were talking, we are all unique. We have to shine our light. We have to let our uniqueness shine and our personalities shine. We don't have to feel, this coronavirus pandemic has kind of worked for it is bad, but it's also good, because in some ways we have let our guard down. We are comfortable. I have my biggest investments is loungewear and pajamas. I'm just in pajamas all day. I would put a top on top. Today I am dressed. I have a pair of jeans because I went out with my son. But, we're not really caring. We're just being us, That's it. And thanks to, you have audio only kind of apps now as well. You just talk to people and connect. We want to make that, to raise our voices and share our stories and our backgrounds, where we come from, because we kind of, have we keep it to ourselves, and I'm so happy that you speak up. I love Caribbean, you know, I lived in the Caribbean, and being an island girl and so tall, I mean, people must have been a bit jealous, to be honest. But when you see something good or great, you know, you fear the greatness, and you have to put that greatness down. So you know, to kind of get their confidence down. But I'm so happy you kept up, and Mom, you know, urged you, and you got there. But how I see it was your calling from the story you shared. I like you to share a little bit of the story, how you got into the makeup and working for Robin as well. So if you talk a little bit about that, because it's fascinating. She's like thinking it and it comes to life.
Yes, I mean,
that story.
So basically, that was, I shared with you the beginning of my journey into the beauty field. So after I graduated cosmetology school, I started working for myself in the local community, helping young ladies that look like me. And like I said, if their confidence were down, build it up. But I wanted more for myself. And I got 2 children, and I was like, now it's time to get to the next level. So, you know, being from a small island, 36 square miles, I grew up without electricity. So I never really watched television, because if you don't have electricity, you don't have a television, right? So, you know, so I was watching television one day, and I wanted more for myself. So when I was watching the television, I saw this young lady, and I said, you know what? I would love to do hair for a celebrity. But then I started having that conversation within myself, you know, that conversation, you be doubting yourself. And I answered myself and said, no, you don't look like a celebrity hairstylist. And that was fear talking. But anyway, you know what I did? I uprooted myself, and I went to work at a salon where I can get the experience to work with a celebrity hairstylist. Because I believe, right, when preparation meets opportunity, you have success. So basically what I was doing, even though I doubted myself and told myself that I couldn't do it, I went ahead and prepared myself for better. I did not know where I was going to end up. But this is a true story. So after a year working as an apprentice, and mind you, I was working for myself already for 8 years, you know, at a local salon, but I wanted to be more on the international platform. And about a year after, I received a phone call from one of my girlfriends, and she is a celebrity hairstylist, and she asked me to assist her with one of her celebrity clients. And then I said, you know what? Okay. I wanted to say no, because I already talked myself down and saying like, oh, I don't look like a celebrity hairstylist. But I said yes. I did it afraid. Like the Nike's commercial, just do it. But I did it afraid, right? And when she told me who it was, I wasn't sure of who it was, because like I said, I don't watch television. But when I looked at the television the next day, lo and behold, it was the same person that fear told me no a year ago. It was the same person that I wanted to work with. And that was none other than the #1 news journalist in America, Miss Robin Roberts for Good Morning America. Amazing. And there's where I earned my 5 Emmys by working on the news channel. So, you know, I always tell people that I turn my adversities into assets. So sometimes, you know, when people putting you down, you just have to keep pushing forward, and you can turn it into the best thing in your life.
Yeah, definitely. And you shared the story. You know what, you're speaking now, and the hair on the back of my neck kind of rose. It is touching, because it's like you kind of beat all odds, but you also wanted it. You visualized it, and it worked, and everything you've wanted it, kind of, it has happened. And because you're sharing the story of the Great Wall of China, and that was so funny, but there is a pattern there, and that's what I said. You have to do this, continue doing it, because for you it works. Your angels are looking, you know, upon you, and it's so good.
I'm all about, you know, Bobby, I'm all about speaking life. You have to give life into anything that you want on this earth. Whatever you put out is going to come back to you. They always say karma, and I believe in karma. So whatever you put out, if I want something right now, I'm going to speak it, I'm going to sing it, I'm going to believe it. And eventually, some way, shape, or form, it happens. And sometimes we get upset with ourselves because we think, oh, it's just not happening. It's not our timing. but you just have to be ready when the time comes. That's why I always say you have to prepare yourself, because you never know when that opportunity is going to arise.
Exactly.
You never know.
Yeah,
So it's
I am
all
the
about,
same.
putting it out to
Mhm.
the universe and let something happen.
Yeah, that's what I do. I mean, like anything I want. See, I've had that since I was little. I just visualize it. I put it out there in universe, and like my hubby says, you got the luck of the devil. I say no, I got the angels and God looking after me. Because everything I've ever wanted kind of just comes to fruition, because I think it, I believe it, but I speak it. I say, okay, God, I need this now, and I know it's gonna come. So I believe it's gonna come, no matter what it is. I don't know how, but I know that God works in mysterious ways,
Oh, yes.
and it just comes to me. It's just so funny. I was like speaking to Donna until 3:30 in the morning, and we were sharing all these stories and things that how lucky I am. And I know I'm lucky, and I know I'm loved. God loves me. And she says, it's because you are the angel of peace. That's what my sister calls me. I am the angels of peace. And she sees that. I got the white light, apparently, the angel of peace. And yeah, I don't know. But yeah. Oh, I'm listening to you, girl. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Donna is here as well. But pretty much I just speak it, and opportunities when they arise, right? We think, God, why are you not sending me? God is sending you opportunities all the time. We just need to open our eyes and grab them, because when sometimes you're reaching for the sky, right, you thinking of the big picture, but you have to take those steps to reach
The baby steps.
right? So smaller opportunities gonna come your way. So I think that's how I am. I would grab them me to my final destination. So by grabbing them, I know that it's going to take me through the whole alphabet, A, B, C. I might skip some letters, but I'm gonna reach my destination no
Yes.
matter what. And that's why when people say, oh wow, but from your upbringing and what you've gone through, and you are so positive, and you are like achieving so much, and oh, but you already have a big community. No, I've worked hard, but I took baby steps. And I teach people that. I say, don't ever like doubt yourself. Just do whatever you do, be true to yourself. Be
Yes.
passionate of what you do, because people feel that passion. People feed of your passion, and your truth. When you speak truth, you always gonna like go forward. Don't be scared of raising your voice, of sharing your story, because we have that fear of being judged. And we were talking about that when our pretty interview. And when you said to me, once I stopped that fear of being judged or what people gonna say, and from the island, because we come from smaller places, then you were free. You said, boom, I was born, right? So that's how I see it as well. And we aligned there, and I loved your story. And I am like proud to know you through my sister there. Thank you, Donna, for the lovely introduction. But she thinks so highly of you. And I know why, because now that we've spoken a few times, you are like a light, a beacon of light for many, many. And I hope that you do broadcast on Hubs and share your story. I know that you will, though. And we're going to do the beauty kind of section, and you're going to motivate people how to dress their confidence, to style
Your confidence.
style in their confidence. Because yes, a lot of women, they know it all, they have it all, but they lack that confidence and that push to take the next step.
You know what I would like to share as well, because I work with celebrities each and every day, and the sad thing is they look at celebrity like, oh, I want to be like this celebrity or that celebrity. Celebrity, it's a title, it's their job, that's what they do. But in order for them to style their confidence, they had to sit down and dig deep and find out who they are from within as well. And if you're trying to be like someone else, then you would never be able to discover yourself. But like
Yeah.
I said to each and every one, like because of COVID, we all became the celebrity, instant celebrity, because we all showing up on virtual social media virtually and stuff like that. So now we definitely need to bring out the celebrity from within us and just enjoy who you are. And the reason why I love talking to women and like sharing and helping and uplifting women is because I'm a product of the product. I've been there. I've been broken down. I've been I thought all these things of myself and everything, and then I turn it around. And because of turning things around, I am who I am. And that's why I want to share and spread the light throughout the whole world. Because at the end of the day, we are unique human beings.
Yeah, each one of us, each one, there is not two alike, no matter what. And I agree with you. I agree with you. And I never been kind of phased because I work with celebrities, and most of the time I have no clue who they are because I don't watch TV. I'm either Periscope, Hops, and I sometimes I feel bad, because it's like, if you're working with celebs, you should do your research, but I don't care. I do my job. I just leave. Only when I get tagged, and then I'm like, oh, okay, I know that show, kind of thing. But I'm not phased and I never been all my life. I never been like, oh my God, going crazy, because how I see it and what I tell everybody is just because they are there because they are in the public eye, more visible. That's why they have a name, but you can do it too. I mean, Hops is the best place. You can become your own celebrity.
We are all celebrities.
Precisely. I have my own TV channel here. I'm reaching millions, hundreds of millions, not just millions, So
And
I
changing
am reaching,
lives.
right?
And
So
changing
it's
lives.
like during these 6 years, yes, I have reached hundreds of millions, not just millions. Okay. So I know the impact, and my voice carries weight. I am sharing my voice. I'm sharing my stories. I make people laugh. I make people cry. We share our life stories. And that's how my coffee chat show started, because they just loved it. It's down. Let's get down and dirty and share, talk about everything. So that's what we do, We're like with our friends having a coffee. But now with Hops, it changed a bit. It's even better because I can share this broadcast in more than 6 platforms, right? I can even add 10 pages or groups. And I'm on YouTube, I'm on Facebook now, I'm on Twitch, I'm on Periscope, I'm on Hops, I'm on Twitter. So everybody will be able to see. So this is your own TV pretty much. All you need is a channel and share your stories, raise your voice. You have something you believe in, raise awareness for a cause, for whatever you want to do. And this is your own TV channel pretty much. And it's free. What is better than that? It's free. So you have it and you lack confidence. Listen, confidence come. It's like practice make perfect. You're going to do it like 5 minutes first day, 10 minutes, until people will come in and they will support you, because this community is so amazing and they all support each other. And don't feel shy. That's why I tell people, just think, you have one person watching you. That person is important, okay? Because think of us two are in a coffee chat, we're just having coffee, or just doing a private broadcast, but just having chat, and we're going to have each other's attention because we need that to communicate and to relate. So it's the same. So don't be fazed by the numbers grow when people, if you are honest and you be true to yourself, people will love you, people will support you in your journey, and they are more forgiving than you would think, because this is a raw news. This is right there, like, I don't know, my green screen could fall right now and I'm like, whoops, showing all my background. And this is, people love that. That's why they love the social media. But as I said, now you can be your own personality, your own celebrity, your own TV station to raise your, awareness.
Your awareness, yeah.
Talk about anything you want pretty much, because you have the opportunities. That's what I say.
Awesome.
Don't be fazed by the status of a celebrity. Just because somebody is more visible, it doesn't mean that they might be like good people either, because we can meet people, is bad people and good people in all areas, in all walks of life. But how I see it, have a platform, I try to help, because I've built this platform from ground zero, from having 1 and 5 people watching. Now I get 50 and 100,000 and 200,000 people watching, you know. So pretty much I use that because now I have gotten there. I'm using it for good. I highlight amazing people, stories. I bring in, you know, because I can do that now, because I want to elevate others. Okay, I work hard to build my community, but now I want to offer to my community, you know, a little bit more. I want to showcase other people's work, not just mine, other artists, other amazing people like yourself, to highlight your achievement, to, you know, just say, hey, well done, Petula, and I'm so proud of you.
And you know, it takes a village to build a community, and that's what it is. You're building a village, and you're building strong communities, and that's what we as women should all be. Just build that village one by one, until we build that great community, and then we go over, take that community and start building villages all over the world. And it's just spreading the love, spreading the light, sharing. Those are the things that build the village, that turn into great communities. And I'm so happy, and I'm just glad that I'm from, you know, a small island. It's very small, but it's very, very beautiful. And if anyone wants to go there right now, you can go for a staycation, because you could, I call it a vacation, meaning you can work and you can have a vacation at the same time, you know, because of COVID. But just because being from that small island, I've learned to be so humble, and to know that, you know, just I forgave my peers, because they didn't know any better, you know. Society said one thing, and when you're from such a small island, you just figure what you see or what they're saying, what the masses are saying, you run with it. And now I was able to get out of that island and be able to educate myself and learn more about what is beauty. Beauty is not about hair and makeup and accessories. Beauty is a gem that lives within you, and you just have to uncover it and just make it shine. And I was able to do that, and that's what I do. I just spread the light all over the world to help ladies who you know, are in those areas that need the help.
Yeah, uplifting each other, not tearing each other down, because sometimes us women are very, I mean, well, a lot of women, very catty, and we like try, because I see that happening all over social media, you know, tearing each other down, and like, oh, she's too fat, she's too thin, her hair looks like that, her teeth, you know. We have to stop that. We have to uplift each other. We have to kind of push each other and celebrate that diversity, because we're all unique. It has to start with us also, you know, being kinder to ourselves, first of all, because unless you love yourself and completely accept yourself with flaws, love your flaws. Yes, I love my love handle. Yes, I love a little bit of wobbly, you know, tummy. I don't mind, because that reminds me, I gave birth to a beautiful, beautiful, amazing son. So that is my journey, you know, and it's like getting wrinkles. I would love my wrinkles. You know, why not? Because I laugh a lot. It shows that I've enjoyed my life. My sister always says, because she's a dermatologist, because I have a couple of, it's not like it's a frowning line. I never let her touch, because I'm scared of needles also, but I never let her touch my face, right? I only use creams. I love my frowning lines, because first of all, I'm an expressive person. I'm like, oh, with hands. But yeah, I frown. If I'm like looking like what, you know, or if I'm laughing a lot, of course I'm gonna have my wrinkles. And pretty much, I accept myself with all the flaws, with everything, and I talk about my flaws. People laugh. Oh my God, you're just talking about what I was thinking, but I can't say that. Why can't you? I mean, I talk about everything, because those are daily things, daily challenges and things us women go through, you know. And why shouldn't we talk? Why should we keep it like hush hush? Because by us talking, we make it normal. We make it the norm to talk, or about mental illness, or about anything we go through. Because by us talking, everybody else will talk, and it's going to become like, hey, let's go pop to the shop and buy some bread. Talking about, hey, you know, I fell down, I'm suffering from depression this month. But if you say something, they're going to say, ooh, she's a lunatic, you know, or oh, you're scared that somebody's going to take your kids and put them in foster care because you're not capable of raising your child. So a lot of women don't go get help, you know, for mental illness. So
I
it's a
know.
lot of work to be done, I think. What do you think about that?
Well, there's a lot to be done. And, you know, I was just, while you were talking, I was just thinking, because I looked at a comment and someone said they used to run a place for a homeless shelter for 7 years, and they used to go out and teach the ladies how to dress. That was really, really good, because for me, I did my charities Uplifting You. Like, I love to uplift people. And what I've been doing, I've been helping young ladies who are incarcerated, the teenagers pretty much. And I go in and I did it a whole year. I went in and I teach them how to style their confidence, because I wanted them to know that they're not alone. While they're incarcerated and waiting to come back into society, I teach them how to have a presence in the world, because maybe no one never really helped them out. You know, so sometimes we see people and we judge them, or we don't really take time out. But what I do, I try to go into the trenches or into the villages and the areas where I see that we should plant a seed into lives. And so that's what I've been doing. You know, I try to give back to the community, to let them know. I teach them, you know, dining etiquette, how to have a 3-course meal. Like, if in case they're invited somewhere, they know that they have a room at the table. I teach them about how to present themselves, how to accept themselves, how to love themselves. Because maybe some of us were born into hatred or poverty, and hearing all these words, the negativeness. We're born with negativity around us. So we have to stop the curse somewhere. So that's what I truly believe. And like I always tell people, you know, I'm a product of my product, meaning I was never being incarcerated in, like, you know, locked up in jail. But sometimes you're being incarcerated in your mind because of the things that you put in your mind. You put yourself in jail. And I've been there, because, you know, accepting society. Yes, fear is incarceration. Accepting what someone say about you and you didn't even really look into it to know if it's the truth is incarceration. So it's like, you know, like, while I'm unlocking those things and freeing my mind and be liberated from those things, I am also learning how to liberate others as well. And teaching them about themselves. So it's a beauty, like I said, in the business that I'm in, it's not about like the hair and the makeup and the glitz and the glam. No, it's from within. It's teaching someone really how to take back their confidence. Do not let no one take it away. Don't let no one judge you and tell you who you are. You judge yourself. Because most of the time, you know, you'll be so confident. And then when you go outside and someone is telling you, like, oh, why did you wear this? Or this doesn't fit or whatever. But if you're not really 100% confident within yourself, you start cutting off your nose and you're spoiling your face because someone is telling you this or telling you that. So it's all about planting that seed of confidence within each and every one of us, and then just let it grow. It's like a tree. You have to, once you water it, it's going to grow.
Definitely. You are right, 100% there. Because and that's what I say. But I used to practice that. It's not because I'm selfish or full of myself. It's just, I don't know, I've invented that thing because I was told, because I grew up overnight. I became a woman, you know, got like, all of a sudden just developed overnight. And oh, you're fat or this and that, so names. And my mom sat me down. No, you're becoming a woman, a beautiful woman. And you have to love yourself, you know, because that's what woman is. And no woman is alike. So you have a woman shape. It's called hourglass figure. And look at this woman. So she showed me. So there is Gina Lollobrigida, Sophia Loren, all the women with hourglass figure. So yes, they have this figure, your kind of figure. So you have to love it. You know, the world love these women, you know, just embrace it. Whoever tells you you're fat, just let the words go from one ear to the next. So find something good. What I have, and I tell my sisters too, and I tell everybody that come during my broadcasts, I say, find one thing you love about yourself, because it's not that you hate everything, right? Your eyes, your lips, your hair, like you would wear a nice jumper. Whoa, you're looking beautiful. Just repeat that and kind of just tell yourself over and over until your brain gets it, and the whole day is going to change. The whole kind of idea, perception of yourself is going to change for the day. So take the time, I say, take 2 minutes of your day, 5 minutes, whatever, when you put in makeup or when you dress in, and compliment yourself. Even if you don't believe it, you're so beautiful and you're so amazing. Just lie to your brain, I say. Lie to your brain. It doesn't matter. Even if in the beginning you say, oh, but I'm fat, or but look at this, you know. Don't lie to your brain, but pick one thing that you like about yourself and compliment yourself on that thing. Because it changes the whole course of the day. And wear colors that will uplift your mood.
Oh, yeah.
That is so important. Yeah, like yours. You know, as soon as you came, I'm like, whoa.
Oh, yeah. You're going to see me coming. You're going to see me coming. I'm like the light pole outside. I shine bright like a diamond all over. Light up the world for each and everyone to see. Petula is in the house.
Awesome. Awesome. So pretty much, I am like that. I'm like, you can see me from the moon. I'm trying to read some comments for a minute because I can see people. But yeah, guys, compliment yourself, wear colors that will uplift your mood, and you'll be like, whoa, you know, look at that. The day is going to go so much brighter. I change few clothes until I find the right color, because sometimes my skin could be not as shiny and not as, you know, healthy looking in the morning. So I would wear clothes that would uplift my mood, and whoa, my skin all glows all of a sudden. I have to see some comments here. Hi, Bobby. Oh, Lisa is here. We need to invite Lisa. I don't know if, although I can invite Lisa in a minute. Hi, Lisa, and welcome. I am just, do you have, yes, do you have something else, another device that is making the noises there? Because you get this tickly noise.
Okay, so I turned my phone off. I don't know if it was like a vibration or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, yeah, it comes. Maybe the voice is a bit higher or something. I don't know. The volume.
Is it fixed now? You're still having interference?
I don't know. No, it's okay now. It's okay. But it kind of goes up and down. Let me put my voice a bit down as well, because I'm loud by nature. And I'm like, when I come here to talk, I sound like I'm screaming. My voice is so loud, you know. I can't wear that red. Of course you can wear the red. You know, I am the queen of red lipstick myself.
There are different shades of red. There are different shades, you know, so you find your shade.
Is a red. I have done like a tutorial on what lipstick suits each you know, skin tone, but we can do that together. Every woman can wear red. I say, if you slap on some red lipstick, you'll feel good to go, you know. But yeah, you have to find the right shade of red for each skin tone. You can rock red. Anybody can rock red, okay? Yes. What do you think? I love red lipstick. I'm the queen of red. I mean, like, my logo has red lipstick and big hats and big glasses. So I'm always, you know, I love red lipstick pretty much. There you go. You wear cherry red. That's awesome. But then again, she's like vibrant right there. I don't know how much time you have. Have I kept it too long, Petula?
Well, I'm good. I have about another 10, 15 minutes if you need me. If you're really having a good time, just, you know, empowering women on this beautiful day. And like, you know, let's not wait until March 8th for the International Women's Day. Like, you can create your own International Day. Whenever you feel international, or when you feel, every day should be Women's Day, because we are mother every day. We do work every day. We show up every day. So celebrate yourself. Don't wait for anyone to say it's time to celebrate. When you feel like celebrating, celebrate. As you know, the best time to celebrate yourself is when you're feeling down. You know, you're feeling down, but just celebrate. No matter what, because if you're feeling down and you put in your mind that you're feeling down, you're just going to go lower down the rabbit hole. But if you're feeling down and you're telling yourself, you know what, I'm down, but I'm not staying there. I'm going to pump myself. I'm going to push myself back up. You're helping yourself. So just learn that you should celebrate don't wait for someone to tell you it's a day or it's a moment. You create it for yourself. And that's what I do pretty much for me. You know, Christmas comes whenever I feel like it. Like my birthday comes whenever I feel like it. I celebrate myself whenever I feel like it, because, you know, in this day and age, especially what we're facing in this, you know, COVID, and today is something and then tomorrow is the next. We don't know how long we have here on this earth. So why not celebrate the moment? Celebrate it. So right now we're having a celebration and I'm having a great time. So once again, thank you, Hops, and thank you, Bobby, for having me, because it's all about a celebration.
Awesome. You know what? I can't wait for you to start your channel and uplifting other women. Well, I'm sure men too.
Oh yeah. I think you're jealous, but that's all right. We share.
Yeah, we are going to do something with the male grooming as well, and talking beauty and confidence. And I will, yeah, we're coming up with something, but she has something with my sister going on, but it might be added my confidence behind the lens, you know, in live streaming, while Petula will do dress your confidence, and my sister, she just teaches people to do confidence. She is like awesome life coach and chakra healer, and she cuts cords, and she's like, it just does mindfulness with a purpose. That's it, loving yourself within. So yeah, these powerful ladies have joined forces, but this other powerful lady joining forces too. And yeah, we're gonna do something awesome. But I can't wait when you kind of start, because you belong, how I see it. You've been so much behind the scenes on TV. Is ABC, right? So now,
yes, ABC, #1 morning show, Good Morning America.
But you've worked with many other, you know, successful and powerful women out there that are inspirational. I know that, who was it? Hold on. Michelle Obama. I love her. I know you know her from ages ago, but yeah, I love Michelle Obama. That is amazing, isn't that? And pretty much, as you said on my show, that it's just women. It's just women like us. They give birth, they go to work, do their own thing. So pretty much it's awesome to kind of hear your stories, and I'd like to hear more of them, because I know you're not gonna get everything on an interview, but I like to hear. It's like, you know, grab a coffee and let's gossip, you know, behind the scenes.
It's amazing. It is amazing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that has been awesome. We have some other guests. I know that I've invited Lisa as well, but I didn't not know she's an artist. I did not know if she was free, but she has arrived here. I don't know if she wants to come here. And we have somebody else. Hello, Lucia. And Lucia is here. Hi, Lucia. Oh, hi. How are you? There you go. That is Lucia. Lucia is an amazing HAPS member, team member, an awesome lady. We did the other night, we did like a broadcast for Lucia, raising some, you know, funds, because she needs an urgent operation. And we sent her lots of healing and prayers, healing vibes, and good energy, because she needs it. But I am like really thankful, I was saying earlier, for the community of hubs that came together and just being so giving and so kind and so lovely. So pretty much that's it. It's like, I love this community, and I hope you will love this community just as much as I do, and be part of it. I am like blessed that you did open an account. That's it. My aim is having people join, and once they see the love and the support from this community, you'll be stuck here, girl. You'll be here.
I'm stuck already. I'm stuck. I'm
like,
stuck.
Hey, yeah,
Well,
that's it. You are like coffee chat with Petula. Let's
Alrighty.
stress and confidence today. But yeah, that's it. I mean,
Okay.
you are free to leave anytime, my love.
Thank you. Thank you.
so
Thank you.
much for taking the time to come here tonight, you know, because I know you have a busy schedule, but I am thankful. Any last words to leave our HAPS community? Please feel free to go now.
So, you know, to all the ladies out there, if this young lady from Nevis, 36 square miles, full of confidence, can make it in the world, and you can make it. From today on, stop doubting yourself. Make sure that you speak words of wisdom, words of uplifting, words that's going to take you places, because whatever you put out will come back to you 100-fold. So if you want it, speak life. Okay, so thank you once again. And I'm speaking life to Harp right now, that I will be on your platform sharing and giving tips and tricks and just building women from all over the world. And I'm putting it out there from my mouth to Harp's ears. Thank you so much. And thank you, Bobby, for having me.
Thank you, Petula. Have an amazing day ahead. And hey, happy International Women's Day. You are one amazing, inspirational, motivational woman that kicks ass. I'm sorry I said the bad word, but yes, you do.
All right,
Power
thank
to
you.
girl, and I look forward to catching up your broadcasts here on Hubs.
All righty.
Bye-bye. And here we are. Hold on. Hi. Yes, she's amazing, guys. Please make sure you follow Petula, because she's an amazing lady. And yes, she's going to inspire you all. She's amazing. She has amazing stories. Okay. You'll be mind blown. I know a few of those, but I can't wait to learn more. She's worked with some very, very, very big people, and I need to hear. I'm like the fly in the wall. What is happening? I want to know behind the scenes stuff. I love all the behind the scenes stuff. So I don't know whose turn was it right now, because I can see it's only me. Okay, cool. Come on in. I saw you come in, Lina, and then you left. Hello. Hi. I don't, because I have to see. Yes. Do you know? Yes, but she left. Rev, you can come up for a minute. Thank you, Eleanor, the birthday girl in here. I hope you enjoyed that chat with Petula. I have to check the schedule because I don't know who else was up today. Oh, there is Rev. Hello, Rev. Are you there? I don't know if he's there or not there. I have to check with... Okay. Okay, I don't see. He's just loading. Are we still live? Because I can see Rev is loading. Are we having some difficulties? You guys hear me? Oh, she's coming in and going out, coming in. So it's just me here pretty much. And I can see my color has gone bonkers. What is this pink on my dress? Like, what? This is not good. Whoa. This is not good. I am
Hi,
like,
Bobby.
hello, you are here. Let
Yeah,
me just bring you up. I mean, like,
yeah, happy to be here again.
Yeah, I could see you there. Hold on a minute. Let me put you on number one there. And I get myself small. I can hear you good. Okay, that's cool.
I much prefer the side-by-side view where it's like we're both on equal footing.
I know. I also have another lady. I don't know if she left. Lisa left or what, because I wanted to invite her here. I kind of chatted to her, and she's very amazing lady as well. And I don't know the schedule. I have to open the schedule so I can see who else is here. But hi and welcome.
Yeah, good to see you again. We seem to be coinciding in quite a few broadcasts these days.
I know, it's a call-in. I think we should, it's because I'm curious, you see, about the universe. And I need to learn. However, last night I had dinner, and just before you guys ended your broadcast on Rev's broadcast, I kind of fell asleep, and I'm like, open my eyes, and it was 1:30 in the morning. I'm like, okay, so Rev must have gone then. I was half expecting Rev to be still live. Oh, Lisa is here. One sec. Lisa, would you like as well to come up? Or what? Because I kind of had you invited, but then didn't put you on the list there. Rev, could you invite Lisa? Are you here with us or no? He's not here. I don't know. I'd like to invite more women on stage. What do you think?
Yeah, just in the comments, Angela said that she's willing to come on board as well. And
Yeah,
full transparency, that is my mother, and I'm very happy if she joins us.
Yeah, Lisa. Okay, hold on. I mean, because I have to do the schedule.
I think on the schedule there were people listed at 9, but I can't remember if anybody was listed.
I know that I have a
at 9
schedule
o'clock my
at
time.
7:30, so it's my schedule. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter because you see, any women, all women should come. All women should come because pretty much we kind of have to celebrate each other. So whoever wants, I mean, like Angela is here. Oh, okay. Oh, hold on. Who is Angela?
That's my mother.
You? Huh?
That would be my mother.
No way! Oh my
Amazing
God.
woman. If we can get her on broadcast, that would be great.
Yes, awesome. Well, get your mom in here. Rev, are you here? Rev is gone again. Hold on. Angela, hold on. That would be cool.
Yeah, the more people we get in here, the better, right? The more the merrier.
Oh, I can't. Hold on a minute. I don't know how to. One second. You can talk a little bit and about yourself and what you do, introduction.
Yeah, I mean, I was on this broadcast like an hour ago. I already did the introduction, but happy to do it again.
Oh, you did? Oh,
yeah, I was on for like an hour and 10 minutes already. This is my second go today.
I'm trying to invite Lisa.
But yeah, for anybody who didn't see me the first time round, my name is Diana. I'm a theoretical physicist and I specialize in cosmology, which means that I study the universe, the contents of the universe, kind of everything going on inside the universe. It's a super, super fun topic. And I joined HAPS to be able to share my passion for the universe with everybody and answer any questions you people have about the universe. And I'm really, really happy to be part of such an amazing community. I've only been on HAPS a couple of weeks and I've really seen that there's just such an amazing community here and people are standing out for each other and helping each other out, and it's just such a nice place to be. So I'm really happy to be on HAPS. I'm very happy to be joining so many amazing women on this broadcast today. I really like your pink background, Bobby. You're very pink.
Oh, thank you. It's because we're in HAPS, right? I'm using the HAPS colors.
Yeah, it's a good thing to do, using the HAPS color.
I know. I am all there. Sorry, I'm just sending a message to Pablo because I can't seem to invite Lisa. And I've invited her I sent her message on Twitter and she's here, but I can't seem to invite her here.
She's invited. I just invited her.
Awesome. Hey, Rev, you joining us on screen?
Lisa,
well, no, I'm kind of directing.
That's nice. Directing in the background.
You can come on screen though, because it means that we are being inclusive, you know, and I like it.
Well, there you go. I'll be right there.
Now, just in case Lisa does not know how to enter a broadcast, I need to tell her. So Lisa, if you are here and you're watching, you have to get out of this broadcast that you are watching me. Then you click on Go Live button on top, and then you watch for this name of broadcast, International Women's Day Broadcaster Marathon, and click Launch Studio. So yeah, pretty much that's how you do it. And did you invite Mom?
I can't invite people, so you know, if anybody wants to invite her, that would be great.
But if you're inviting Mom, did you invite Dina's mom?
Yeah, I did. Dina C. Hooper? No, that's you, Dr. Hooper. Hang on.
That's me.
Angela. Okay. Angela's here. She's invited. I mean, she's invited. Yeah, Angela, if you're still here.
Okay, I invited Lisa, and I also invited my sister. Since your mom coming, I want
Let's
to
make this a family affair. Right? Let's bring in all the great women in our lives.
exactly, and I want to invite Lucia. I know my other sister has lost her voice, but she might come on my second slot. Is it my second slot at 10:30 p.m. I think UK time? So later on is my other slots, and I am Maya. Well, might join us. She's in Mexico in a retreat, but Maya, the CEOs of Hub's wife, might join us. And I thought I'll invite my sisters and a couple of other ladies that are awesome, that I love and inspire me. So I thought I'm going to bring them all on stage and we just have a chat and share our stories and what have you. So, but that's going to be later. But yeah, I'm inviting another artist. It's just that they not joining. So guys, if you are brand new to Hubs, that's what you do. Get out of this broadcast that you are watching us. Yeah, you are on that slot. That is amazing, Lucia. But if you want to come right now, have a chat with us, come on up. If you feel up to it, that is. No stress, no stress. Hello, Bannerman. How are you? So we have Lisa here. Are you ready, Lisa? There you go. Hi.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi, I'm ready. Took me a minute to figure it out, but I did.
Awesome. That's why I tell people click on go live, because they try to get in, but they don't know how. So if you click on go live, that will bring you, you know, the launch studio, because I know this might be your first time. Is this the first time on Hubs?
Yeah, this is my first time, definitely.
And
hey, welcome to Hubs.
What a way
Thank
to
you.
enter the community, coming on the official Hubs account. Eh? Isn't that awesome? Welcome
That is
to
cool.
Hubs. So yeah, I got Lisa. Do you want to tell people a little bit about you and where did we meet and how did you come and join Hubs? Take it away.
We met on social media. I believe it was Clubhouse at first. We were in a little group and we were talking about the Twitter Spaces. So we hopped on a Twitter Space together, and then you introduced me to Hubs TV. You said I would be, you know, I would really like this platform, and it seems really neat so far. So, yeah. I am in the Boston area, and I am a mixed media artist. So, and I love that you had me on today because a lot of my art has to deal with women. I have a paper doll series and it's all female shapes. Let me just take one down here. Woo! And it's all shaped like women, like paper dolls.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why my background is with women. That is my collection of women from around the world that I have done. Hold on, let me just do this. So if I do this for a second and I kind of remove myself, okay, let me take this photo and just put this instead. I'm changing my photo. So hold on, this is a text, right? So this is a collection of paintings that I've done is all women from across the world, all different, you know, beautiful women. I kind of combine makeup and hats and the beauty kind of, because I love beauty and fashion. So I combine them all to create those images. So that's what that collection is about. But I love that you do that. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you for having me on. I have one of my.
You're both amazing artists.
My Frida. I thought you might like that too, Bobby. Frida.
Oh wow,
oh, that's nice.
You know what? That's what we decided. We decided that on the International Women's Day we should do something and paint an inspiring like artist, right? An artist that inspired us. So I thought maybe us Hubs artists could come together and paint probably Frida Kahlo, because I haven't had painted Frida. Maybe later on, when it's not my slot, I can start and paint a little bit of Frida. I think is that your mom? That is your mom. She's still
awesome. Yes.
In her camera. If you place your camera somewhere so it doesn't move, that would be helpful. So I'll bring you back up like until you fix your, keep it straight.
Perfect.
You are good. You're good to go. Hello, Angela. How are you?
Hi, good evening, good morning, good day to everybody, wherever you are. And thank you for allowing the mom to come into the room.
That is
Always happy to get
awesome.
you on board.
I don't know how to change. Maybe if I go, how can I put you up? So you, oh, there you go. And if I come here, will I come
Yeah,
down? Yes, I can put you next to your daughter. Isn't that amazing? I love that view.
that's cool because all I see is myself super large, and that's not
Oh,
a great
yes,
sight.
totally.
So
But there is another button because you are on the phone next to it, and it says live, and that will show you probably the live stream, what other people see, I think, because I
Yep.
usually broadcast on the computer, so I don't have that issue. And to be honest, I'm not so keen on the phone.
Yeah, I haven't figured out how to use the phone for this yet
The
either.
larger the better. Otherwise, I'm going like that. What is that? What did they say?
yeah, I'm really hoping the way that I see the audience preview is not the way you see me, because it's kind of a little bit
No,
disturbing.
it looks really pretty. It's really
You look
pretty.
amazing.
On your face, you look beautiful today.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm just jumping in for a second. Dr. Hooper's mom. Wait, Angela. Like, wow. Like, your daughter is like a superstar. She's amazing.
She is
Yeah.
indeed, actually. She's been inspiring us since she was about 2 years old, maybe even before. So it's been quite an exciting journey watching her develop her career and just teach us everything. I've got to say that I understand mostly about 50% of what she says, so it's
better than
always
me.
entertaining.
We need
Well-
to push that, gradually increase it. Get
Yeah,
more
I'm
people to
going to
understand
jump
more
back out.
science.
So I'm not the fanboy here, but yeah, Dr. Deanna
Yes, you are.
Hooper,
Yes, you are. We
PhD.
yeah, you are.
You like fanboys?
No,
Well,
it's
I'm
okay.
trying
You
to.
know what? You can stay
Go ahead,
there
Bobby.
because it's more.
Okay.
It's better when we have a man as well, because we like the manly voice as well. Maybe you like to ask some questions or have like, if you have like questions, you could ask there. But I want to kind of introduce Lisa a little bit, and I want her to tell a little bit about herself, and then we continue with mom and daughter convo, because I'm sure Lisa is busy because she's on Twitter Spaces as well and Clubhouse. Probably she's got other things because it's International Women's Day and everybody's so busy going everywhere. So I don't know how much time you have, Lisa. So yeah.
Time. I'm not sure. I said I have a little time. I'm not sure where to start. I always have a lot going on. I start one thing and then I get excited about something else and I'll start something else and then I'll start another project. So yeah, on the spaces I'm trying to bring artists together. I know you do the same. I love artists. I love talking with them. I'm also a real estate agent. I got my real estate license as part of, and that kind of inspired me to get more on the business side of art as well. Yeah, and I've been painting my whole life. I was kind of a weird kid. So, that was like my thing that I could do, that made me happy. And the women paintings that I have, my paper doll series, I have different series going on, but that was inspired by being a mom and having my daughter, and it made me think about what does it mean to be female? What does it mean to be a woman? And I really didn't think about all of that before. I didn't really, until I had a daughter, and like, what am I raising her to think about? What am I raising her to be? Am I giving her gender stereotypes? Like how do I raise her, to be open-minded and accepting and powerful and a strong female, So that's kind of like a journey. And I make all these, back here, I have tons more, and they all go in like patches for like a patchwork quilt, because
that's amazing.
Yeah, in American folk art, that would tell the story of a woman's life. They would do her wedding dress and make it into a quilt. They would do, baby clothes or whatever. And that really like intrigued me. And so I kind of making my own stories or my own quilt. So yeah.
Yeah. That is it. It does shift a little bit, doesn't it, when you become a parent? And like yourself, I'm very I'm like a happy kid. I get so excited. Oh my God, new project, I must do it. And I leave that, and then I do get back though. But pretty much I love I just get excited very easy. And being a mom, it does change that kind of it shifts a little bit the way you do things. And I love creating with my son. I did so much art. I've done all his artworks. I mean, I started him when he was 6 months old. As soon as he started sitting on his bum, you can't wait for the kids to just sit. I used to put like plastic sheets on the floor and give him custard with food coloring. Okay.
Right.
And give paper there so he can make hand marks. I still have them upstairs. They are all stored, but I also made photo books of everything he's done since baby. I've saved everything, and I've done big photo books and saved all these artworks, right? And I have boxes and boxes of stuff, but I love like creating with him. And he's got many artworks, although he does not want to share and show, but his room is full. Is like an exhibition. And I used to do like artworks with him. So he would make scribbles, and then I would go and we create together. So then I would make like different figures and I create something within his scribbles, or sometimes transformers, and he would scribble, and then I show him that, hey, your scribble, mommy can turn it into a transformer, or whatever he liked at the time. That's what we did. But yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I do the same. Some of my paintings are actually scribbles that they started, and I would fill it in and I put my paper doll shape. So it's kind of like a collaboration with both. I love it. Yeah. Do you feel like being a parent makes you more creative in some ways, because you see the way they're looking at everything with new eyes, and then it's kind of neat.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you very much though for being here and coming, introducing yourself to our Hubs community. I am glad to have you here, first of all, and I hope that you'll join our artist show, because we paint along. As I said, we are a beautiful bunch of people. We have an Instagram group as well that we come up with ideas, and we schedule broadcasts, and we paint along. So you paint in your style, I paint in my style, and showcase. So it's becoming really good. So I hope you can join our artist group and start sharing your talents and your vision with the world, showcase your work in the Hubs community. But for now it's Chantal's turn to host, and me. I am going to go out of here, this broadcast as a host. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you for
getting out of this broadcast. You can just click the little phone underneath here that says exit, and we can exit together this broadcast. Thank you guys for watching, and I shall see you later. Hi, Chantal.
Good to see you again, Bobby.
Hi, Louise. Hi, and bye bye.
Thank you, Bobby. You did a wonderful job, and a happy Women's Day. Thank you so much. And also, I see the wonderful mom that was inspiring her daughter to go on these great studies.
Absolutely.
Now I just heard that Rev wants to ask 1 or 2 questions before Louise and I gonna continue. So Rev, take the mic.
Take it away.
Oh, wonderful to meet you.
Now you're back, Rev.
Yeah, so Deanna, I think I was just kind of curious about what it was like when your bedroom was messy.
I would blame entropy, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
I
exactly.
I saw your broadcast yesterday, and I kind of grimaced at the question. When you have intelligent kids, it's probably a parent's worst nightmare, because you can't reason with them. You can't do the parents thing of because I said so, because they will come back with very smart answers. Deanna is the youngest of my kids, and her brother is in a different way, but very smart too. He's not in the same kind of academic career as Deanna, but he's kind of smart in a different kind of way. I'm sure Deanna will agree with me. And arguing with either one of them was just too much trouble. And I think they quickly realized they were the parent and I was the learner in the business from a very young age.
Yeah, especially when we'd get gang together. Like if me and my brother agreed on something, that was that. If we were in agreement, that was what was going to happen.
Yeah, poor parents. Being the parents of smart kids is a real challenge.
Well,
sure.
I am just ecstatic that the two of you were able to be here kind of on your premiere together and on International Women's Day, and after just, I'm telling you, one of the most fun interviews I've had with your daughter. And I kind of hope you both might come on together sometime and we can, let's talk about smart kids and saying my room is messy because of entropy. I would have used that if I knew what that meant when I was 16. So I definitely appreciate you, coming on. And Deanna, thank you for being on standby to jump in here too. It was lovely. Really appreciated. And Chantel and Louise, we're going to let you take it away, but we're just a little behind, folks. We're not doing too bad compared to the last marathon. So if you're coming up soon, we're just maybe 10 minutes behind. So I'm going to jump out. Ladies, have a blast. I'm here to direct. So just let me know if you need anything.
Nice to speak to you in person as well. I look forward to our next chat as parents of challenging kids.
Excellent, ladies. Thank you.
Oh, no sound. Oh, there we go.
No sound.
We're okay.
We're okay, Louise. Well, they're 10 minutes behind, which I know that we have a very prepared group after us, and we're not allowed to announce too much what they're doing, but it's about bad girls. Prepare it.
That's great. I think we should maybe cut ours short by 10 minutes and then let them go because...
Yeah, let them go on time because we already had our little turn and, like...
We can cover a lot of ground in 20 minutes.
Exactly.
I'm feeling a lot more human. I've had my coffee.
and you have your beautiful red lipstick, Louise, especially for this day. For this day.
So so it's good. Yeah. Oh well, this has been fantastic so far. I've been able to watch most of it, and I've really enjoyed it. So thanks to everybody that's already been, and looking forward to so much more to come.
Exactly. So how many hours are we in here now? Like it started for me at 6, so it is 3 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah, 3 and a bit. Yeah.
But I think that this is like the kind of nice idea with doing this like marathon that also the hosts are getting taken over, because it is easier for the I think for the host if they change, because there comes also a different energy and then they can come back and so they it's a lot of fun to see other people.
And I think it's a great chance to meet a lot of new people as well. Just even Melanie popped in for a few minutes and read a poem. Charlene popped in from London. Jilly popped in from Seoul. It has been so international, and we don't need people on for a long time, but just to make a little impression. And that's the way it works.
Exactly, because what was the name again from the lady that did the poem earlier? Because that was amazing.
Yeah, that's Melanie Fay, and she reads a poem it's every day for me, but probably every evening for you. So it's sometimes just a 4-line poem, sometimes a little bit longer. She's pretty amazing.
Oh, wow. So just for everybody that is watching, if you're watching on the HAPS studio or the HAPS.tv, the broadcast studio, you can go to the top and you see all the names of all the people that have participated already. So make sure to follow all these women that already participated, because it's International Women's Day and we are here to support each other and to share stories and to hear each other's stories. And so follow everybody that is in the top. And I'm sure the next 6 hours, there's going to be other wonderful ones. So you keep clicking and you keep sharing, and that is all really, really amazing.
The coffee's coming.
Let the coffees come, exactly. So they there's a lot of rewards already here on HAPS. So Louise, so we're sitting here and we have to please, all of your folks watching, please share your coins. Share your coins with the awards, share them up there and share them with everybody else. Anyway, we're going to have a little topic here that is just going to last now for another 60 minutes. This is like traveling as a woman around the world. What is your experience with that, Louise, as a real travel broadcaster?
Well, I'm a tour guide, so I get to travel from both sides of the coin, really. So I get to travel as a tourist, and I also get to travel with tourists and showing them wherever I am. And I actually do that in New Zealand, Japan, and Korea. So these are my 3 countries that I know. Well, I know New Zealand like the back of my hand. Japan, I am very, very familiar with because I've been visiting Japan since 1983. My 2 sons live there. I have 4 grandchildren there. So I have roots in Japan. Korea, I have been visiting on and off since about 1990, whatever. Before, you used to go for months without seeing another foreigner there at that time. So, and I lived and worked in Korea. I helped open a cafe there, and I ran some cooking classes in Korea. So I really did put some good roots down there. And through my involvement with Japan and Korea, I actually discovered the art of slow travel.
So I have to ask you, what is slow travel?
So
I hear an email program. Is that yours? That is.
It is. It's just my emails coming in. Sorry.
Oh no, that's because normally you can just silent that in the right side of your computer on the Mac. You just say silent, and then you don't hear it anymore. Anyway, you're like, because I'm like, I get activated. I'm like, work.
I'll know it for next time. Hopefully nothing else coming in.
No, exactly. But we continue with slow travel. Yeah.
So slow travel is more about, a lot of people, they'll say, oh, I've been to Paris. I've done Paris. I spent 3 days there. And what did they do? They do the Louvre, they do this, they do that. They do all the famous things, but they don't really get involved with the city. They're just scratching the surface. So slow travel is taking time out of the tourist things. It's spending time sitting in cafes, talking to local people. You don't need to be tearing around. And all this tearing around, of course, takes a big toll on the environment because you're catching buses, you're using taxis, and, slow travel is more about walking. It's doing what the local people do. So I'm a great advocate of slow travel. It's sort of parallel with slow food.
Wow, slow food, slow travel. But can you having your experience, like going to like South Korea and Japan and maybe other places as well, how is it to be for example, a solo woman traveling there? How is it, compared to New Zealand, to travel to those countries as a woman and in New Zealand or in Paris?
Well, I've had amazing, because I'm a great solo traveler as well. I prefer that because when I'm with people, I've usually got a group with me, I shouldn't say I don't like traveling with friends, because I love traveling with friends as well, but that's something different. I love doing what I do, and as a solo traveler and a slow traveler, I've had the most amazing experiences. I've done a lot of travel, but I've spent most of my time in Japan and Korea, so that's where I can really use my experiences from. I can remember being on the subway in Seoul and I'm not very tall either, but a very small Korean woman stood beside me on the subway, and she spoke to me in perfect English. And she had been to Ewha Women's University, which is a famous university there, and she'd studied. But she'd lived all her life in Korea. She must have been in her 80s, I would imagine, because she had been at university during the Korean War. I think during the Korean War or the Second World War, one of the wars. And that's when she'd been at university. And we had this amazing conversation, but she said she never has a chance to speak to foreigners. And even though a lot of Korean people speak English really well, they don't, unless you know who can speak English. And a woman like that, nobody would automatically think that she could have a conversation with you. And then I met just the Korean stories are quite interesting. I was picking up some keys once, and I had to pick them up from the guard at who stood in a little box outside an apartment building. And I asked him in Korean for the keys.
Oh, wow. You really speak Korean as well.
A little bit. So I was able to ask him for the keys, and he replied to me in perfect English. And he told me that during the Korean War, he was an orphan and he'd been adopted by some American servicemen. And he'd actually lived with them, and they brought him up. So he was able to speak this amazing English as well. So just these little stories. And, if you're traveling, if you're 3 or 4 people together, you don't get the opportunity. People don't take the time out to speak with you. And the same sort of thing has happened to me often in Japan as well. But also in other countries, I think if you're on I don't mind, I'll go out for dinner on my own. People always come and talk to you. I'm not afraid of sitting on my own, having a glass of wine and ordering the best meal. In fact, I quite enjoy it. And then I'll enjoy the view, and I might do a little periscope out the window of the sunset, or, so although I might be alone, as long as I've got Periscope or Haps or something.
Yeah. So you are secretly, so you're saying that you're a solo traveler, but in the end, you're always taking like the live stream audience with you. So your community.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not a loner. So I'm going to say I'm a people person, but I don't really know what that means. But people say to me, you're a people person. I don't really like being alone for too long. So even staying at home, I will go out walking and doing things. I like to be around people. I need the energy of people. And I think that's the good thing about travel. You pick up on the different energies in all the different cities, the different places, countryside, wherever you are. And travel's the best thing for opening your mind. It's International Women's Day, and we can travel at the moment through Haps, but this is the way to open our minds and listen to other cultures, try different foods. And I just brought along something little to show you, this is what travel does. Selling
the dream. You're doing like some New Zealand promo there.
This is a huge book, which I bought from the library in Wellington, not the library, the museum in Wellington. And it is full of amazing old graphics of which were used to advertise New Zealand in the, around the world and travel. So this is, it's really amazing. And this is when New Zealand developed its own, which way are we going with the camera? We developed our own style of graphic design. I love this.
Very nice.
Really amazing.
But with the ticky on the background, and then the guy. Which year does it say which year that's added?
Yeah, it's got a carving. So this is 1948.
Wow, they were already advertising traveling in 1948.
Yeah, 1948, and that was for agriculture. The first ones in the book actually start. These posters are more than just advertising; they make people dream.
Hello, Walt.
First one. So look, I think they started around the 1930s. So.
Oh wow, super cool. I
Yeah.
also like just Jay Oprah commented, for your information, Queen Seondeok was the first woman ruler in the history of Korea. I just read and then it's like, what a gorgeous book. It must have been so interesting, the info and illustration. And I see also Walter. Hi, Walt. Yeah, hi, Shiny Hippie. Shiny Hippie is here. She will be after us. Shiny, you have to wait a little bit. We're running 10 minutes late, but we're going to run like sort of on time for you. We're going to cut our time short. What does it say?
1905.
1905.
I don't know which, the camera's going the wrong way. There we go, 1905.
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
And that was for Christmas. New Zealand Mail, Christmas 1905. Price, what, 1 shilling.
But like people would be traveling by boat in 1905. Yes.
Yeah, or horse and carriage maybe.
Horse and carriage, but you know there's water all around you. Or you mean from the north to the south island?
Up and down the islands.
Okay, that was like those horses have to swim.
Yeah, it would all be done. It'll be done by barge and boat around the coastline, but probably horse and carriage up and down the islands. And of course, a lot of New Zealand was not developed at that time.
Yeah, but so like that book is like, it's like, okay, that is from that time, but now kind of you have again, because of the virus and stuff, that everybody has to travel again inside the country. So it's again like the people moving in the country, you know? So it's kind of similar.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, New Zealand, we've rediscovered our country. It's been amazing. We don't have any international tourists here. So the local people have really got out and done a lot of things that they'd normally do and things that they thought were just for tourists.
Yeah.
So
we have the same here around France, because we have no tourists now for 1 year, and everybody is discovering their own country. Well, I'm stuck in France for 24 years. So I'm also discovering like areas I've never been before. And I'm like, wow, and the history and how much it was already alive and all that. I'm just seriously, I'm so amazed. But the only thing that's missing here is the museums. They're not open, so I can't go to a museum, which is a shame, because that cultural aspect is very nice.
Yes, yes.
And yeah, that is like what is a little disappointing. But
yes, yeah. Well, we've been quite lucky because we virtually over the summer we were virtually COVID free, and just the last few weeks we've had a few community cases. So we have had a 3-day lockdown and then a 7-day lockdown. Hopefully we're free again. One of the Air New Zealand flight crew came back with COVID, came back from Tokyo actually with COVID, and was out in the community. But because we were already in lockdown, they're hoping there was no spread. So, but it takes.
But I mean, they should basically just start vaccinating as ASAP, and then it should be sort of safe.
Yeah, we've got enough vaccinations for the whole country. So that arrived last week. So it's all rolling out.
They have already arrived.
Yep. We've got the Pfizer vaccine, and there's 2 doses for every person in New Zealand.
Oh wow, that is super quick.
Yeah. So
because here they're still managing it. I mean, my turn is up soon, but they're in Europe. They're a bit slower, but it seems there is hope in Europe. There's hope. There's hope that this summer we will have a little bit more normality again. I don't think they will open the borders yet, but a little bit more normality. But traveling.
So of course, because my family, or my own kids and grandchildren in Japan, that'll be my first destination that I get to now, and that'll be fantastic. Actually, after this, I'm off to have lunch with. I was supposed to be bringing a small group to Japan last October, and of course we couldn't go. So in a couple of hours, I'm meeting this group. We're going to have lunch and we're going to discuss our next date, which I think will be October 2022 now.
Oh,
I think-
so October 2022. Wow.
And
yeah,
I think we can safely say,
Yeah.
yeah, because planners,
yeah, I
get
think
it
that
all
will be probably around the time that Tim and I will have to go to New Zealand.
Oh, good.
Because because if we would go to New Zealand, we would combine it with Thailand, where my dad is as well. But yeah, because his parents are quite, they're not young anymore, so we really need to start to travel as well. And we need to start to travel to them, and so I think also 2022.
Yeah, actually, for me, it's been, I haven't found it too much of an inconvenience not traveling. I found a lot of other things to do, and I think it's been quite good in a way, not to always having to be planning. I'm a great organizer and planner, and I've been able to take a little break from that. So, but once it starts again, I'm going to say, oh, how did I ever manage without doing all this organizing?
Yeah, well, I'm looking at it now, like, is it ever gonna be back to like normal? You know, so that's just the whole point. But anyway, yeah, we will get back to traveling.
Yeah, we don't know what the new normal will be like.
No, exactly. And I'm seeing that I see Shiny Hippie is already joining the broadcast. Maybe she can join. Maybe she can. Maybe you can let her in that she can already chat with us a little bit, Rev. Oh, there she is. Hi, Shiny.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
How are you?
This is my first multiple person broadcast on my mobile phone, so I love seeing all of you in your little squares down the side here.
Oh, you see us, and look, like
Louise.
I already pulled out the book because I know you're going to do something like with this subject, with the bad girls throughout history. You're going to be doing something with bad girls, yeah?
Yes, it's Shiny. I'm here to cut for our 7th inning stretch. We need a little feistiness, and it's me. So that means we're going to be talking about all those girls that broke the mold, that changed the world by being bad, by being badasses, by doing the things they're not supposed to do. We're going to talk about ways to spot gender bias that you might not even notice. And Michelle, Native Graffiti, is going to be running the trivia portion and keeping Shiny grounded out here. So it should be fun.
Shiny grounded. Have you both ever joined a broadcast together?
No, we have not. This is our first time. I wanted to do trivia, and so I knew the trivia master, Michelle, and saw her and said, hey.
Let's bring in Michelle, and then we can have like a 1-minute talk, and then we can hand over the mic to you guys. So let's see Michelle. Michelle, come in.
Oh, there she is, Michelle.
Do I click myself in? Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, there she is. Hi, Michelle.
I can't see Michelle. Where are you, Michelle? I can't see you. I can only see Revolution and Louise and Clint.
Oh.
I can't see Michelle.
Do you have the show live? You're at the beach. Do you have the show live button? The show live?
It says live, and it has a picture of Chantal, a picture of Louise, a picture of Revolution, and then it says show live. Let's try
that and see if that.
Okay, let me try again. See if it shows up.
You're fine. Just stay how you are.
Yeah.
Then
okay.
I don't think you will. Do you have to see each other, or you can just?
I guess we don't have to. We'll manage. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, you were fine. We're fine. And this is so great. I love Chantal.
Exactly.
I love Louise Puppy, and I love my Shiny Hippie. Oh my gosh.
Exactly. And I'm so excited that you ladies are going to take over this broadcast, and that you ladies are going to do some bad-ass girl stuff.
Yay, Chantal said it. Woo!
Can I participate?
Okay.
Can I participate? Like, can I cheat in my book? How do I just fill it out? Do I type? What do I do?
This is gonna be totally interactive. If you know anything about the two of us, we're both chatty. We both love to engage our audience, and we both love to throw stuff out at you and just love on the comments. So there we go.
Okay. I'm gonna be in the comments. So Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chantal.
This together. We got further. We're gonna do this again. So, ladies, it is up to you. Bye, Louise. Bye, everybody.
Okay. Bye. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Louise. Thank you, Chantal.
Yeah.
What
Have fun.
What better intro? We had such a good intro. What better
How
acts
do
can
we
we
get
follow
out?
than that?
Yeah, and just so
She
you know,
can't
I have
leave.
my broadcast
You
studio
can never
on the
leave.
beach, so I've got. If I got the director control, I can bring stuff up. But we're gonna switch this around. We're gonna make you number one, lady, because you are the major person. I'm just your sidekick. I am like the Robin to your Batman or whatever.
But you're also the stable influence with a laptop and things like that, because I'm literally hanging on the edge of the cliff. Let me show everybody where we are today. We are on the edge of Sunset Cliffs in San Diego, California today. So I brought you guys literally to the ends of the earth.
It's not going to where I want to go. Sorry, give me a second. I cannot. I'm clicking on another thing so we can see just
Michelle,
you.
it's because you're not director.
Linda's
Sorry.
here.
I didn't think
Hey,
so.
Linda.
Oh, gotcha.
Hey, Mark.
Okay,
Hey, Bobby. Okay. So what's happening? Are we starting? Should I start?
Go ahead and start, but she wants to show the view, so go ahead and make her bigger. I can't do it. Apparently, someone else has to do it. So if you can
Leave
make her
shiny
bigger.
as it is, says Haps, or we won't see shiny full. Because I'm on portrait and I'm outside. I'm always the problem child because I'm always. It never matters why. We always know this. Anyway, every Shiny Hippie broadcast, we start by creating a positive space, and International Women's Day is no different. It's time for us to create a positive space here for this conversation that we're going to have about these badass women and this gender bias. So wherever you are, sit up tall on the edge of your couch, on the edge of your bed, at your desk, or standing in your kitchen, wherever you are. Everybody take a big breath in of this Southern California air. Ready? We're going to breathe in big.
I'm breathing with you.
Exhale. I know, Michelle, you know you have to breathe.
Okay.
We got it.
Okay, so
we're finding our vibes.
We have nice Cleveland air today. Our weather looks like about 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, look at that view, you guys. This is amazing.
I escaped Ohio for this.
That's right.
Michelle. Yes,
I actually
Buckeye
am
girl.
new to Ohio, so that we have the Ohio in common. You
We
left
have some
and I
strong
came.
women from Ohio. Yes, we do.
Woohoo!
So,
okay.
Okay, so let me start with, this is International Women's Day, and it's around the entire world. It's everywhere. It's been around for a long time. It's getting more in vogue now because of all the Me Too and things like that. We're finally ready to put some women in the spotlight. This year's theme is called Choose to Challenge for the International Women's Day, and they want you to literally put your hand up and take a picture in social media and say that you are going to challenge these biases, challenge the status quo, do what you can to make women have a better life and be more equal on this planet. They want us to pledge that this year. That's why they're saying choose to challenge. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to try to challenge all of those things today because I've got some little things to help us spot gender bias that we might not even realize that we have. But first, we got a couple stats that you might not know.
Sorry, I don't mean to be bigger than Shiny. It's just I'm on landscape and she's on portrait, so I guess that's how.
Oh, Michelle!
I'm like larger than freaking life, but I feel really like.
It's okay. I'm louder. I'm loud enough to make up for it.
So
It'll
you
be
have
okay.
a bunch of we've talked in the chats and things, and Shiny here, she says she's got all this stuff on International Women's Stats, and I'm really excited about that. So the theme is today. What is the theme?
Choose to challenge.
Choose to
challenge.
Ah,
In other words, don't be that demure little lady in the corner. We're not those demure little ladies.
I love it. I love it. And I think that's, perfect for both of us. Because neither one of us are what we would consider the norm, right?
No, we definitely speak our piece, definitely speak our minds. But that's what we want all the women to be. We want every woman to be being their shiniest self, being 100% of who they want to be, no matter what other people think. So that's what we're working on. Globally, women make up just 23% of all the governments, all the parliaments, all the governments worldwide. On average, we earn 25 to 40% less than men, even if we're doing the exact same work. And across the world, over 60% of the people who can't read are women because they're not getting the educational opportunities. So Michelle and I are going to bust down some of these walls, bust out some of this plain stuff we've been doing. We're going to talk about those women, those bad women who thought people thought were bad at the time, but thank God they were, because what a better world we have for it.
Oh, so
Anyway.
good. Oh, so good. And by the way, I have a theme song for you. Every time I see you go live, you're going to, please forgive me, everybody, with the sound of my, like, voice, but shiny, happy hippies here to stay. She's got some really great stuff for us. And we're talking badass women, but when we say bad, we mean it in a good way. Like, somebody had to do something first, right? We have women that have given their lives. We have women that have done stuff they were told they weren't supposed to do. And some of us, if we're told not to do something, we go ahead and do it, maybe. But maybe because then when they did, they broke open the barrier so that we could walk through and actually find it an acceptable career and life for us. So awesome. Take it away, Shiny, over here.
And not just one that's given to us. This is what this year is. We don't want one that's just given to us, that the guys say, here, you can have this piece of the pie. This is 2021, so we're going to go and find out our own pie and take our own pie. We're going to make it all ourselves and take it over. But the original bad girl, we all know the original bad girl. Can't see what Michelle's doing over there at all. If I click, I see Chantal. I see all these people.
Don't see me. That's weird. I know.
I see these other people who I don't even think are on there, so I'm not sure. But it's always an adventure on trying to read my little hap screen, so we just kind of keep going. But Eve.
Yes.
Right from the get-go, right from the story of creation of man, creation of the world was all about how Eve ruined everything, right? And all of our lives and our periods and everything is supposed to be because we just told him to eat that damn apple, right? So we know.
I guess it depends on who tells her story. You know what I'm saying? Is it his story?
Exactly.
Or is it her story? There we go.
Right, Eve. But imagine if she hadn't eaten that apple. Imagine if she just stayed there in the corner. Like, imagine if nothing bad, what we even have right now. So we need these ladies. We might annoy you when we do these things, but we need these ladies.
Nobody puts
pushed
Shiny
away.
in the corner.
So what do you got for trivia questions for us out there?
Wow. Well, we're going to throw this back and forth. I am prepared. Now, what I really liked is that a lot of what she's focused on is imagery. And I want to make a mention before I get into that trivia. This was like something a brainstorm I thought of. One thing I want to do is I want to give a thanks and a shout out to HAPS for not being the norm of broadcasting live. If you go into the App Store, you guys know what I'm talking about. You see the different apps, and I swear you either have to be a teenage pop star, or you have to be a girl with your bobs out. You have to be something that has to do with interacting with a girl and her face and her image. And she's got to be pretty and hopefully sexy. And that's what they're selling on the app stores. Seriously, the majority of it out there is aimed at the image of young, cute, sexualized, objectified women. And we don't have that. We don't have that. We don't have that as a representation of HAPS. It's not what they're all about. And I really, really just wanted to give a shout out that they are contributing to that challenge of the norm, that this is not everybody's kind of way of doing live media and broadcasting. So shout out for that. But as I do that, I'm going to get into some of the stuff that I brought up beyond imagery, but, just challenging those norms and doing stuff that, they were not really allowed to do. Some of my questions are just aimed at stuff that you already know. So don't feel like you can't, but go ahead in the comments and answer if you
shout it out.
Because we'll get to the answers at the end. Okay, so the first one is, she was Britain's first female prime minister and dubbed the Iron Lady. You guys all know that, especially if you watch The Crown. Okay. That's
Who knows The Crown? Who knows? Who knows out there?
I don't know if you're going to talk about her or not, but I think she was on somebody's list. Maybe it was Ray of Sunshine was talking about her in one of his broadcasts. The next one, born in 1412 at just 17, she was sent into battle by the future French King Charles VII. She's purported to have seen visions from God and was later burned at the stake. I think we know who she is, but she was just a teenager.
Joan of Arc.
Yeah, there we go.
Joan of Arc, because she's the original badass. She didn't care that she was a girl. She was going to get it anyway. I love that.
She
We
had
love
a
that.
mission and a purpose that surpassed what she was as a human, even. Like, it was her
Exactly.
spirit. It was like her relationship that was a spiritual forever relationship in her way of thinking of her creator and the God that she was about was more important than her own life and the fact that she was a teenage girl. Exactly. All right. When most women, and of course the first one, you guys know who that was, right?
Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah, stand down, Margaret. Oh, sorry. Oh, she's very controversial.
Margaret was the first one
Badass.
at the table, right? She's the first one at the table, for sure.
And that goes in with what you were talking about, like women in charge of governments. Who's another one? The one from India. Do you have her on your list?
I do not, because wait till you hear my badass lady.
Okay. Myself then. But I believe it's Indira Gandhi. Yeah.
We know
Anyway,
all the
I'm
people.
terrible at remembering names, but I can remember everything about them. But she was also a badass prime minister as well. And shout out to the Cherokee Nation. Wilma Mankiller was one of the first in the federal recognition era, post-colonial tribal leaders that were female. They are a matrilineal society, and she was a long-standing tribal governmental person of influence, not just for her own tribe, which is I think it's the largest set of 3 tribes of the Cherokee Nation. It's the largest tribe in the United States. And she has long-standing national influence on Native rights, Native women's rights, educational rights, the American Indian Child Welfare Act, all of that. So shout out to Wilma Mankiller for also being one of those people. But anyway, I digress.
No, that's good. That's good. But don't forget Cleopatra.
Oh, there we go.
Can't forget Cleopatra.
Yeah.
Way back when.
And you guys shout out in the comments if we're missing people, if we can't remember.
She
who they
ruled
are.
Egypt. She conquered Caesar. She conquered Mark Antony, and she
There
looked
it is.
beautiful and had them carrying her around on a little portable throne while she did it. We know that's the way to do it if we're going to do it, right?
Thank you, Indira Gandhi. Yes, Mankiller. Love that name. Yeah, well, that's probably a proud thing. I kind of get it almost like says feminist right there.
Exactly. Rhodey. Hello, Rhodey.
There's a popular Native American folk singer from the 60s on into today. She's still very highly honored and known in Canada. I always say, this is my trivia question about her. I think I gave it to you when we were chatting. Her first name is like the vampire slayer, Buffy, and her last name is like the city that I'm from, Sault Ste. Marie. So St. Marie. So it's Buffy St. Marie. And I always like to call her the government slayer. Buffy the government slayer.
There we go.
So there we go.
We like that. I like that.
Oh, somebody put in Eleanor Roosevelt. Great.
Oh, Eleanor Roosevelt.
I read her autobiography. What a fascinating intellectual powerhouse beyond just being the arm candy of the president.
Also, wait, I'm losing my ears. She's losing her ears, people.
She totally changed being what the First Lady of America was to do. She actually had
She busted that role out the window because, that whole seen not heard thing whenever Eleanor came to be just went right away, right? She's like, what?
And even past after her husband died, still actively involved in the United Nations and all of the stuff that she's done. Well, Amelia Earhart, somebody threw that out.
Amelia Earhart's a good one. Yep.
Okay, I'm going to go back to a couple of my questions now.
Okay.
Let's see here. Okay, here's one. This one is, she is perhaps best known for her 1949 treatise, The Second Sex. The Second Sex.
Who wrote The Second Sex, guys?
A text that remains foundational to the contemporary feminist movement. So now I go from easy to I start out easy, but then we get into something that, not everybody may know that one. But I'll give you a hint.
Hi, Molly.
She's French. Her name is French.
She's French.
Her name is French.
Who's the French lady that wrote The Second Sex? And we should know this.
Yeah,
we are
I know.
pointing out Eleanor Roosevelt like the
And it's
ladies a little
terrible.
bit in there
Everybody's name.
too.
Don't feel bad. I actually had to look up the name myself, so it's not.
I don't have that. I don't have that because I'm going after like people like, you know, she's got the people that are like the ones that we will learn in school because they changed us in the respectable ways of breaking through that glass
Well, yeah,
ceiling and things like that.
I did.
Shadi's got Bonnie and Clyde. You know, Bonnie went on the thing. I got, you know, Elizabeth Taylor. You
What
know,
you got is actually really key to like literature, and now our literature, our movies and like and series, right? But what you have are icons. You have archetypes, and a lot of those archetypes were very masculine, and these women broke out the hero journey of the archetypes in their own way because they were women. So I love that. I love that. So it is Simone de Beauvoir.
Simone de Beauvoir, of course. Oh my God, thank you.
I have speech impediments and I'm terrible at pronouncing.
I am
people's
hard at remembering names. Oh, Cher looked it up and I still missed it. Maya
That's okay.
Angelou rocks, absolutely.
Okay.
You know,
Nobody, we want you to Google actually. If you don't know it, go and Google it. I throw out a lot of Native people that nobody knows because they didn't probably have a course where you went to college, and a lot of it is college course stuff. They don't even teach it in the grade schools. But like if I said Winona LaDuke, you'd have to Google her. But once you do, you can follow her on Twitter. You can find out who she is. And she's an amazing, amazing leader of the Ojibwe Anishinaabe people in terms of like a role model for women in politics, in economics, in education, and in sustainable economy. She has probably one of the oldest what you call environmentally sustainable businesses, and it's right on the White Earth Reservation in Minnesota. And if you know anything about reservation economy, it's pretty lacking in economic support and jobs, and she found a way to make it happen there through her education. She went back, and she's just a badass. So Winona LaDuke is on there. So I digress again. I'm going to go back to my questions.
Okay, I'm going to my shiny ones now.
Go to your shiny ones.
My shiny girls like Dita Von Teese, who gave us burlesque as an art form. Elizabeth Taylor, who treated men like tissues, and we didn't care. We loved her anyway. Betty Page, showing us bondage gear and bangs forever and a day. Nancy Friday, for writing My Secret Garden back in the 70s to let us know that women care about sex too.
That's a
Angelina Jolie. Mae West. What about Mae West?
Now Mae West is awesome. Go for it.
You have Mae West in there somewhere?
No, I don't have her, but I just love her. I know we chatted about her. Tell us everything you know about Mae West. She is a documentary of her on Prime Video if you got it, but she's really fascinating.
The fascinating thing to me about Mae West is I only knew her throughout my life as this, witty comeback girl with the boobs. I didn't know about her, but she really pushed it as a playwright, and she started writing a play called Sex. I think the name of it really was Sex. Yeah. And they went after her, all guns blazing, for corrupting the Ruth, for corrupting the youth, trying to throw her in jail, all this craziness. And she was standing up for women, fighting for our free speech the entire time. She wasn't just Mae West that seemed like she was busty and flirting, like happens a lot when we're in here. So we want to fill out these stereotypes and show you why. We remember their looks, but we forget that there's battle scars on these women.
There you go. There's sacrifices that have been had. And one thing that is really interesting about Mae West is you would think that would be the end all and be all of her career. But let's just say that her career actually got started when she was, I believe, how old was she? I mean, we're talking like she's all about feminine sexuality and doing it in playing the role. But she was quite up in her years and still did that. She was breaking out the idea that a woman over the age of 50 could be sexy. And I love that. Exactly. And the other thing about her was that it actually improved her career. All the bad ass press she got, actually, she overcame.
Kept her alive, kept her going. Yeah, exactly. Kept it going. Pam Grier, Foxy Brown, Pam Grier, she's showing us right now at 70 whatever, she's still Foxy. It doesn't matter, your age doesn't matter. They want we have to always consider the source, you know, young women are beautiful, old women are beautiful, every woman in between is beautiful, everyone has good
And
characteristics.
what is beautiful? What
It's
is
male. We're trying to get out of that male focused lens that makes us think that we need the, you know, prime baby making meat or whatever they want to call it, right? Or the plasticky boobs or whatever.
Or
We're
just
trying to
limiting-
change those
yeah,
stereotypes.
Exactly. Or limiting it to a male heterosexual, predominantly
Exactly.
Caucasian idea of what is beautiful.
Angela Davis.
All right. I love
Absolutely.
it. Oh no, Angela
We got
Davis.
Dolly
Talk
Parton
about her.
doing her bits in
Power
there
to the
too.
people. Talk about Angela
So-
Davis. Talk about her.
I don't have all the things to talk about her. Wait, I'm trying to get something here. So there's something I want to get into before we talk about movie people, because one of the things that I want to do with our time here, Michelle, is besides educating them on these strong women that they might not think of as strong, because you might have not even thought about them at all or didn't know anything about them. But I also want us to start looking at the women how we are portrayed in the media altogether. So we have lists of all the great female roles. But I have this little chart here that I want to start to look at. I'm not going to show you the chart. I'm going to tell you.
Before I get into that, I'm going to just have you take a pause and a breath, because what I'm going to do is you can't see the comments and I can. So
Okay,
I'm
go.
gonna
Read the comments. I see
read the
Happy
comments.
Women's Day from Libby.
Yeah, so yep, they say
I'm
love
not doing any
Taylor and May West. May Witch. Whoa, did I say that? It says hi from Twitch, and I put May Witch. That was not.
That's
intentional.
Mark. Hey, Mark, watching over at Twitch. He's checking it out.
Okay, yeah, 420 Prince. Hey, welcome. I don't know if you can hear me. I hope you can. If you're still here, Betty Davis. Betty Davis eyes. Yeah, that was a badass woman. Strong.
That's the
role. Gigi Sanders says hello from Washington. Gloria Steinem. We cannot forget Gloria Steinem.
Oh my
And of course, the same person who said that, John B, is mentioning Angela Davis as well. Dolly Parton. Now that is a real badass woman who did it very gracefully, but very strongly.
And still.
Yeah.
Black Panther, bra burner, and badass, says JB about Angela Davis.
Yep, JB knows his badass women.
He knows his badass women.
That's one of the comments.
All I'm trying to point out here, Michelle, all I want to point out is I want you to look at all these women that we're talking about that break the rules and how they're breaking them. Like, what exactly is it that's broken? What is it that's stepped out of place? And it's often their appearance. It's often their role that they assume, because a lot of times it's seen as a masculine role or a sexually assertive role, or are they just moms and teachers, and are they just, what are the roles? Are the women even talking to each other and engaging with each other in this movie, or are they just eye candy on the side? What kind of behavior are those women observing? Are they having the same level of dialogue and character development with the ladies that you're seeing in the show, or are they there as just little junk poke signs or in the corner? So there's lots of things about gender bias that sneak in with these ladies, that if we look at what it is that they broke, what the rules were that they broke, it basically comes down to that. And you can use that same analysis in your life, all these different things. Because if it's coming down to someone defining your role for you, or what they think you should look like, or what they think you should be doing, right? That's the roles we're trying to break, because we want you to be your own shiny self. So I'm thinking we need to look at that all the time when we're watching TV, when we're watching movies, when we're doing things with our daughters, when we see these things, pointing out, okay, well, that's wonderful that they have the female lead detective, but why is she wearing stiletto heels and lipstick and giant hair? Does that suit the role, or does that suit the gender stereotype? Things like that is what we're trying to find out. And these ladies that we're talking about took the rules and the roles and the way they were supposed to look and behave and said no and did their own stuff and become their own crazy people.
There you go. And, I'm a chef, right? Okay, like that kind of stuff just doesn't fly. Like you see, even on Food Network, you got the coiffed hair, you got the nails, you got lots of jewelry wearing. And I think it's because they're on network TV. I get it, but like those things aren't even allowed in the kitchen. Your hair is up, you're sweating, whatever makeup you have on comes off anyway. It's not a very glamorous profession. It's a very hardworking, profession. And your hair is the last thing that people want in their food. So, this image of this idea that a female chef has to rock a great hairdo and has to have like great nails is kind of ridiculous to me. And so I kind of like go, whenever I see that. But I get it. They're doing a show. It's on TV, but in reality, it just doesn't work. And I'm gonna.
But the way we have to look at that.
Great comments. We get some really great comments here. I hate to cut you off here.
Okay, go ahead, keep going.
Go for ahead.
We have women code breakers.
Yes.
Says.
Oh yes, code breakers. Very good. And you know,
the women that came to the plants when the men were off at war. Right?
Angela Davis is a professor now at UCLA. There you go.
Nice.
We have to create and write better roles for ourselves. Yes.
Exactly.
That's a really great comment. Where's another comment?
In life
here?
and in movies.
Okay.
Woohoo! Because it's not just.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So what we're trying to say is, okay, but you're talking about the cooking lady, right? And the cooking lady's all fancy on the show, but her hair would get everywhere.
Right,
do we still in 2021? Do we still want to perpetuate the gender bias by making the ladies feel like they need to go out and present themselves in this way in order to appease the male viewers? Or do we let them be what they want to be? That's all we're trying to do. We're trying to get you to recognize that maybe she doesn't even really want to wear that makeup. How many girls out there have been in a situation or grown up in a situation where you don't even want to do what they're telling you?
I am one of those ladies. I mean, I am in a profession that is predominantly male. Women who cook are home cooks, that's unacceptable. Betty Crocker, that's unacceptable. Writing a little cookbook and having that kind of show seems acceptable. But when you're actually in an industrial strength kitchen and you're doing the chef and things, I'm telling you, women have to fight for a position of respect that we can equally be as good or seen as a professional with the technique. I always say the difference between art and craft is that craft is predominantly women-based arts. That's the difference. And that's why it's seen as less than. And I feel that home cook, where they have to distinguish between a professional chef and a home cook, the only difference is technique. Now, if you have a mom that has a great recipe and she's known for it, she's experimented and done the same technique over and over again until she's perfected it, just like any other chef that's out there. But it's really tough to break through that idea that I'm just as good. I'm not just some cook. I'm a chef.
Right. Women are often seen as we are supposed to be in the caretaking roles, or our skills are luck and not skill, like with the culinary world. Like she's seen as cooking, like she's a mom that went and got a cook job and is showing off instead of like a chef from France where we watched growing up on TV. You know what I mean? We assign that to the women. That's what we're trying to point out, Michelle and I. We've made it that way. Shirley Chisholm, oh my gosh, yes. Who else do we have here? Mae Jemison, Barbara Walters. Oh my gosh, Barbara Walters. I love Barbara Walters. Hey, Alexis. I love my queer girl, shaved head, fluffy dress, petite coat, wearing steel, stomp your face boots. I defy my own role. Yes, you do.
Alexis just puts it right on the point. She goes, I'm a home cook, and it's okay to be proud to be a home cook. It's okay to be a chef. What I'm saying is there's literally, it seems like in the view out there that
how it is
one is less than and not the same. That's what bothers me. Like there's like a person who does craft are probably just as skilled an artisan as anyone who does what would be considered the classical arts, which tend to be also very male dominated. So I like that women can break free from that and still like show what they can do, show their skill, you know, and take that genre over and make it there. So I love that.
What I met, Alexis, what I meant with the cooking thing too, is that, you know, it's kind of this thing where women have to prove themselves on a different set of playing grounds. You have to prove yourself and prove yourself and prove yourself. So a man that's cooking, he might be cooking a meal the same as you, Alexis, and the same as you on a format, and they say, oh my God, he's brilliant, he's so talented, he's a chef, you know. But when Alexis is doing it, she's described as reliable, home cook, hardworking, nurturing. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's all what we are putting our slant on it over and over again.
All because of their gender. That's the gender bias.
Right, because it's like if you're looking through a kaleidoscope, it's not that we're doing everything laser focused wrong. It's that our whole kaleidoscope is shaped this way, right? Our whole kaleidoscope. I'm reading some of these comments here. Women have to let more confidence. Yes, yes.
Well, if you notice, like the sort of Chef Ramsay, and I'm not picking on him, although he's the obvious one. You know, it's like he's almost, it's like because he's so aggressive and so passionate, and he swears and all this stuff, and people go at what he says, that he's actually rewarded for that behavior. If I were to do that kind of shit, I'd be up for a reprimand. You see what I'm saying?
Right. For us, we'd be demure. We should be demure, or else we're difficult. Right? If we're not being mild and quiet or whatever, we're seen as difficult. A man can boast and say, I'm the best, I'm the one. A woman does that, and it's viewed totally differently. So that's why we're trying to change it out. Like an imagine if the authoritarian chef yelling at everybody was a woman. What words do you think they would be using to describe? Would they all be thinking, oh my God, she is so smart. I value her advice, even though she's barking at me like a terrible, mean person and makes me cry? No, they'd probably be like, oh my gosh, she doesn't know what she's talking about. And wouldn't want to do it. So we're just trying to view.
I've been told that I was too direct, but then what I say is in those responses, I'm like, look, we're in a kitchen. We got stuff to do. I do say please and thank you. You know, I'm respectful. But I basically have to sometimes, in my position, I have no choice. I have to tell people what to do so they can get it done in a very fast way. And I don't do it in a mean way. I don't raise my voice. But I could be seen as being not kind and all that kind of stuff. And a man next to me could be like, hey, get this fucking dish out of here, and nobody says anything, you know.
And nobody says, "Oh my God, he's so horrible! I get that man out of the kitchen!" Oh no!
Yeah, and all I like, hey, order up. Who's got number 22? Let's go. I mean, that's seen as bitchy sometimes.
Exactly. Standing up for yourself as a woman is often seen as threatening, right? Just standing up for your own self.
I love that.
I'm a G-rated food broadcaster. Are you making cut? What's happening in Alexis's world down here? Are you being rude, Alexis? I don't think so.
I think it's cute.
See, Ramsay has a program in the UK to show women that they can be awesome in the kitchen. He found most of the chefs applying to him have been male. Exactly, because they that makes sense. I love it. But it's often invisible or threatening. Stay in the background, right? Or don't boast, right? The men boast, but women are self-serving if they do that.
I get her comment. I get her comment.
Go.
She's like, compared to me, she's like, I'm rated G compared to Mr. Ramsay. Seriously, like, you know.
Oh yes, Alexis does not scream and yell at people at all. No, could you imagine? I don't know. It might be fun, Alexis. You could try. We could do a special broadcast where we see what happens if you behave like Gordon Ramsay.
We have a great comment here by Eleanor Marie. Bitch, nag, nasty, controlling. The list could go on for what they say about us. And, you know, it's like, whatever happened to being assertive? Whatever happened to being confident? We like to, on days like this, praise, I'm all about strong women. I'm all about their confidence and their assertiveness. And, wow, they're just so badass. But then when we actually do it, they're just like, ooh, I don't like you. You're mean. You're nasty. You're blah, 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 blah. You know, there is all of that going on. So
we're also seen like we have to be perfect all the time, right? Like if we're not perfect, it's seen like we're out of control. We don't know what's happening. Oh my goodness, like it's chaos if we're not perfect all the time. If we might have to ask a question or something. Like there's a lot of different ways. Like anger, like you were saying with anger. Mm-hmm. Anger will raise a man's status. It lowers us is because we don't have control. We're too emotional or whatever, you know.
I know we got about like 20 minutes or so, but I do want to make a mention here. Chris and Martin Car Hunger, they are Chris and Martin, the Car Hunger team, male and female, married couple. She's making some really great comments, and I guess she's going to broadcast it on tonight. Female ladies and directors, art directors and directors, female producers, they have the harder time. She's talking about in her industry, really, we're touching a button on, you could like put this to any career, even motherhood, which I believe is a career. Motherhood, if it's like a single dad versus a single mom, how single moms are called out, especially if they are of a not white race and seen as less than. But if it's a male single dad, it's like, oh, he's trying so hard, he's doing his best. I mean, there's such
exactly.
So great guys, great comments. But back to you, Hippie.
Okay. So let's go through some of these movies when we're talking about the different roles. These are the movies of the women that we like, and we love these movies, and the men love these women, and the women love these women, and we love these movies. So I want you to look at, when we're talking about these ladies, how they don't fit the standard mold, how they broke that mold. What was it about this role that didn't fulfill the stereotype, right? How did we do it? So what if we think about Ellen Ripley, an Alien, in the whole Alien series?
Ooh,
What if she was just the statistician in the corner that had to be quiet, right? What would...
Nobody puts her in the corner either.
They'd all be dead. Everyone would be dead. Exactly. We need Ellen Ripley.
And what about Jamie Lee Curtis in the Halloween movies? Hello.
And Jamie Lee, well, she did a lot of screaming, but yes.
They both changed the genres of both horror and science fiction. And her, I mean, with Alien, it's science fiction horror, period. It's like everything. Yeah, some of the first people to die are the dudes, not the people. You know, they have that joke about like people in space. It's usually like, you know, the dudes are out doing all the stuff, and you know, anyway.
Who do we have from space? We had all the women from the Hidden Figures movie that already broke all of their stereotypes by saying no, they were going to do whatever they want and be smart because they were smart. We have Tess McGill. Remember in the 80s, Working Girl. Remember how Working Girl was such a big deal? That movie even was a big deal because the Working Girl back then was a big deal. Do you know, like my mom having a job when I was growing up was like, oh, she has a job. Oh my God, she's a single woman. Oh my God. Like all of these things that we take for granted. You watch the movie Working Girl and then you remember, oh my goodness, look at all they have to go through with their, while they have tons of hairspray, tons of makeup, high heels, fashion, all this.
And if I'm not mistaken, it was during a time where people were wondering if women could have it all, they could do it all. Like it was such a stress, and it was like pitting women against women at sometimes with that like whole argument of like, oh, stay-at-home mom versus a working mom. You know, I mean, all of that stuff, like trying to make room for all kinds of moms was really a challenge.
Carrie Fisher rose above the dishes to make Princess Leia stronger than life. Took years for her to incorporate the strength of the character into her own life. Yes, unfortunately, it got cut short. So we had Princess Leia, but Princess Leia, figuratively and literally in the script, had Rey, right? So now we have all the new Star Wars with Rey as the superhero, a girl, kicking butt, taking names, right? We have Wonder Woman. We have the old Wonder Woman who kicked butt, but she was just all like, da-da-da. We have the new Wonder Woman who's going to take them out, right?
I got some trivia fun fact on that. Who brought back, back in the day, in the early part where it was Action Comics, before there was Marvel, before there was DC, there was Action Comics. And that's when they introduced, in sort of like the World War II era, Wonder Woman as a comic book strip. But somebody in the 70s, a feminist, who I think we might have mentioned, or somebody mentioned to her in the comments, actually brought back Wonder Woman for girls to have as an image in comic books. Who was that?
Who was the woman who brought back Wonder Woman in the 70s?
Gloria Steinem.
It was Gloria Steinem! Yay!
So I just wanted to throw that out there. But yes, I
love Gloria Steinem.
9 to 5 was a couple people were thinking of 9 to 5. I was
9
thinking
to 5. Yeah, exactly.
That's why we.
How about young girls? We had Cher from Clueless. We had Legally Blonde. We had Elle Woods taking down law school on Legally Blonde, right?
Right.
Yeah, that was a good one. We had Erin Brockovich taking on the system. We had Charlize Theron being the Mad Max.
Oh, there's
Max.
Norma Rae.
I said Mad Max. That's a restaurant.
Norma Rae, that was a really outstanding role, and that was actually
Princess Leia. D was the
rest. Sally Field played Norma Rae, and it was a true life story, and it really changed her own career because before that she was the Flying Nun, she was Gidget, you know, the little teeny bopper idol and all that stuff. But then here she is taken seriously as an actress in Norma Rae and like getting Oscars and getting better roles in Hollywood and all of that kind of stuff. Sally Field, yeah, there we go. How
about Sarah Connor? How about Terminator 2? Who can forget Sarah Connor in Terminator 2? No one could have those arms. Those arms were killer arms for men or women. Those were just arms perfected. She was so strong, taking out baddies from the future and the present.
Somebody mentioned Jane Fonda China Syndrome. That's a good movie. Yeah. that's a
Jane
good-
Fonda tried to change the world. No one is infallible, but no one has put herself out for longer and more and louder than Jane Fonda. Mistakes or no.
And I'm going to just throw this out. It's not a question to answer, but it's something to ponder. There's
Okay.
a lot of buzz in Hollywood. Since we're talking about movies in Hollywood, there's a lot of buzz that there should just be an actor category for everyone.
Like not
Think about
actors and actresses.
Think about it. Yeah.
But see, I'm a shiny girl and I love awards, so I'm inclined to think there should just be more awards.
There you go.
Maybe you make it the best role instead of the best this, some way for more people to be recognized, and then it's not such an obvious thing when they're all from the same racial makeup. You know what I mean? If we spread it out.
Everybody is shouting out their favorite people.
Silkwood, Meryl Streep,
Great
RGB.
movie.
Oh my God, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. We cannot forget Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I also loved Katharine Hepburn wearing pants. Remember how she wore pants? She refused to do all of the things. She was an inspiration to Shiny.
I love
all the
it.
time. We have Elastigirl now. We have our own animated heroine. Elastigirl is the one that kicks butt and had her own Pixar movie. We have
And of course-
Hermione.
and then isn't it on the CG series or one of those TV series, Batgirl, breaking norms there?
Which one? Batgirl. Yes,
Yeah,
Batgirl is doing. Yes.
She's the first real prominent LGBTQ character in the DC universe to have their own series and all of that. So I think that's
Speaking
awesome.
of the
Batgirl,
LGBT, don't forget we have Tallulah Banks. We didn't say her. She's real.
So
Tallulah Banks bringing that all to the forefront.
Questions now. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay.
We've got about 15 minutes, so we're going to have to
Okay.
wrap up in about 10. We got 10 minutes to talk and maybe a 5-minute wrap up. But you had gender bias scenarios. Have
Yes,
you been reading?
yes.
Could you read some of that stuff off? Let's go back to that because we've been talking, you guys. Just to wrap up for those just joining you, and thank you for all the great comments and interaction with us. I love it. I love it. Wouldn't women be just pushed aside by the white male academy members, locked out of all the awards? Yeah, that's why it's such a controversy. It's like there's the bad and the ugly about it. But it's just a question to throw out there, like what people think about it. I love it. It's a great comment in response. But International Women, we went over some statistics about women. We have the theme about challenging the norms, and I know Shiny's got lots to say about that. And that's why she formed this whole thing about bad women actors doing what they had to do to break those norms and challenge them.
Ellen, yes, somebody says Ellen.
Oh,
Ellen took a hit
Ellen,
for everybody.
Ellen,
Yes,
yep.
we forgot Ellen.
Women movie heroes, TV imagery. We're talking a lot about body image in there, and I know Carter has a lot to do with that. I can't wait to see what she's going to broadcast tonight, talking about body imagery and specifically what we're talking about in film and TV and stereotypes. Gender bias on the job, but let's talk about that. Let's go back to that gender bias scenario. I love what you had. I don't know if you had a chance to share all of it, but I want to make sure you get everything in that you can possibly do.
Well, I just had some scenarios that come up in regular everyday life that you might not think of, that they just skate by us like the status quo. We just accept it as it is. Like, how about if a woman is saying, anytime I'm out of the office for an off-site meeting or I'm out for the day, I'm always asked which kid is sick or is it another school holiday, because every time she's out of the office, it's determined that she must be with her kids, right? Or if she wants to work late, and they say, what about your kids? They don't say anything to the man about him working late. Same thing.
That's actually kind of sad because there's, at least in Germany, they recognize, that men are also important to the family structure and the children and the raising of the children. So they give family leave to men to take care of children. They open that up, and I think that's not done here in the United States. But I have another one. What happens when you get pregnant? I've actually got pregnant on the job and was asked if I was planning on returning or staying home with my child. I never approached them and said, this is what my plan is.
So many people assume once you have kids, you don't want promotions. They assume you don't want to travel for work, even though you might want to travel for work. They assume everything that you're doing then is geared towards children and not towards your career.
And when I did get back to work, they were not assigning me stuff out in the field. It was like I was stuck in the office. And I'm like, man, when I was 5 months pregnant, you didn't have any problem having me go hike up a big hill, you know, a big mountain kind of thing to go look at Patrick Wilson to do a story on. And I was 5 months pregnant. But now that I have a baby, I can't leave the office. What is going on here?
It doesn't make any sense. And I think that unless we bring these things to the forefront, people will just think it's the norm and not even notice. Because you might not even think of it. You might not think that it's offensive as a man to say, oh, is one of your kids sick when you're out of the office? Or, oh, I just assumed you wouldn't want to participate in that meeting. Or I just, you know, those things. But that's the kind of things that we have to point out. Do you know there are women who even pretend like they don't have kids?
And speaking of, somebody's mentioning that they got pregnant in 16 high school and they expelled her. Now, did they expel the boy that got her pregnant?
Right, that's always the way, right?
You know, and
I always think that. Don't get me started on that. No, we're being nice.
All right, I don't want to get started on the whole idea of prophylactics and birth control, but that's a huge somebody else. But it just reminds me that it always seems to be on the woman not to get pregnant, but it's never on the man to not get a girl pregnant.
Exactly.
Just saying.
And men take a lot of heat at work too if they are trying to participate in parenting and want to stay home with their kid or go do the things for their kids. You know, they do take a lot of heat in the reverse on that. I will acknowledge, because they get teased like, oh, you're doing your woman's work, you're babysitting today, even though it's their own kids. You know?
Oh, and then they work with their wife about like doing, like if they actually have a relationship where they kind of co-parent or they co-this and that around the house, they're seen as, well, I'm not going to say it, but they're seen as, you know, under the control of their wife.
Exactly. They make a bad assumption about the wife. That's the point. Exactly. It's not an assumption about the men. It's an assumption about the wives always.
So it is 4:19. I'm going to try and put myself on mute. I want you to go ahead and give a summary or whatever.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Go for it. And thank you, everybody in the comments. I see Rosa Parks. I see always on the women. About the birth control. But so that's the side story of the person who said about being pregnant. It was Eleanor. She said, but I homeschooled myself and bust my studies, and I got an actual before I had my son. So
actual diploma, 3 weeks. Good job. Good job. Tap those biceps. This is why Shani does that. My biceps may be lame right now, but I've been big for 4 years on Periscope about tapping that bicep when you do something good. Be proud of yourself, even if it's a teeny tiny thing or a life-changing thing or anywhere in between. We got to celebrate all of that and recognize your strengths.
I love doing this broadcast with you. You are such a ray of sunshine, literally, in California. I have sunshine coming here in Ohio. Come back to Ohio and visit sometime. I'll be here.
John took 6 weeks off of it when his baby daughter was born. I know you did. You were such a good dad. Did you catch shit from the firefighters for doing it, JB, or did they like it? I'm curious if JB got it. He was a first responder, saving us all, fireman for a million years. So I'm curious if they teased him.
Getting math. Oh, you know what? Math and science. Someone says about the United States as a
STEM. Yes, you got to study those things. You got to become capitalist. Don't assume that you have to be a teacher because they say so. And nothing wrong with being a teacher. I'm just saying, don't assume anything. You can do whatever you want.
So many women in rock that said, you know, there's women in rock. I didn't even get to that, but I love.
You didn't even do the women in rock. What about Joan Jett? What about Stevie Nicks? What about Janis Joplin?
Right up my alley. Well, because I'm actually going to focus on that a lot more in my own broadcast this month. I'm going to draw some portraits of people like Susie Sue from Susie and the Banshees. And one of the reasons why they're in that in the begin with is they are definitely breaking down the stereotype that women can actually play instruments. They can rock as hard as the men. And also, they did not want to be that stereotype. They said no. I want to do something very creative and different. I don't want to just stay at home with the kids. I'm sorry, but I've got more to offer in life. And they did it through a very male-dominated industry in music. So, and a lot of them, not everyone, but a lot of them do it without, you know, showing their body and making it about their body. It's about their actual music and their musicianship. So, but there's a lot of tension. I still feel even today that women who perform music have to show their body as part of it. And
it does seem like what Annie Lennox did and Billie Eilish doesn't, and Billie Eilish is kicking ass and she wears great big giant things. So it's happening. The changes are coming.
Yeah, and the controversy could be a lot of feminists embrace Madonna, for example, because she took what was given her, the sexualized objectifying of her body, and she changed herself into this sort of chameleon and created feminist characters out of that imagery. Now, did she do it right? Did she do it wrong? She didn't give a shit. She just did it. And so
wait, I want to read this. I want to read this from Dean. I am not sure if I'm a house husband, kept man, boy toy, or just a bum, but I'm thankful for my wife for keeping me for 30 years. So he gets to tap his bicep for recognizing that he has a wonderful wife. He comes in.
Look at all the monikers that we give men. Like, we're not, when we say gender bias, we're talking about all genders, the entire spectrum. Not, but you know, specifically, it's Women's Day today. But there is such a spectrum of gender. We don't even have the language right now to speak respectfully to one another about gender, even to this day. But the number one thing is, whatever gender you are, whatever you identify as, let's treat each other with respect and what people want to be called versus what we call them.
Exactly. It really doesn't hurt you. This is what I never get. It doesn't hurt you. If you can learn to say John, Terry, Annie, whatever, if you can learn to say he, she for this, you can learn to say the names of how people want to be addressed. You can do this. It's okay. You just add it to their description in your head. You just make that part of their name and there you go. Shouldn't be a big deal. Okay. But I want to talk a little bit. I want to tell people a little bit about Shiny too here, because one of the things I do on Shiny Hippie Broadcast is have these kind of conversations sometimes that we might not be that comfortable having, but we need to have. But we do it here on the beach. We do it on the rocks. We do it in a fun way so that everybody's having a good time. We also stretch and breathe and focus on taking care of ourselves. And as women, it is very hard to even put time to take care of yourself into the equation. We're so used to doing all the things for other people. So everybody has to find a time, find a space, find a place where you can focus on yourselves and the things that you want and who you want to be. And women especially, try to focus on who you want to be. Men too, but women have this innately. Try to focus on what you want to do and who you want to be without worrying about if it's a mom's thing to do or a teacher thing to do or a brother thing to do or a husband thing to do or a responsible thing to do or all the woulds and shoulds and all the things that the world tries to put upon you. That's what we're trying to do by eliminating gender bias. Maybe Michelle and I could do something about racial bias sometime too, because we've had some great conversations.
There's so many similar things there. You know,
we just need to talk about these things so that there's no stigma anymore. Once you start being like Shiny and you just put it all out there in your life, you might not do it as loudly as I do.
I got one more thing to say. It's 4:25. Like, we got 5 minutes. I got one more thing to say, and then I'm going to be silent and let you wrap up for the next 5 minutes, however you want to do it. But the one thing I want to say in response to that, you've really hit a deep button inside of me, because to me, racial and gender bias kind of all goes together along with sexuality. We are more than just one part of our identity. And I talk about that a lot when I'm doing portraits and I'm doing life stories and I'm talking about my own life story. It all kind of makes sense because I'm a whole person. And here's something I want to challenge people to think of. How many things do you have to have in front of what you do? Am I a female artist? Am I a Native American female artist? Am I a Native American female bisexual artist? I mean, how many things do I have to have in front of the word artist? Why can't I just be an artist? Why can't I just be a chef? So thank you so much for doing this with me, and I'm doing this with you. I hope I was a good co-host. I hope that
you were great. Thank you so much for coming to play with me today and helping spread the conversation, spread the word, and bringing your trivia to us. I appreciate it so much.
I love it. Eleanor goes, I'm an Eleanor, all caps.
Yay, Eleanor! She's named after Strong Lady. She's ready.
Thank you, Louise. Thank you. I have no idea who's up next, but I'm just going to listen to you and learn from the Shiny. So Shiny Happy Hippie made me happy today with her Shiny everything.
Thank you, Eleanor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. And you'll have to tell me if you're off. I don't know. I can't
3
tell.
minutes. 3 minutes. Just keep going until somebody.
Okay, so here's what we got to do, guys. We got 3 minutes to get our groove on. We got to get out here in a positive space. We got to greet the rest of this day in a positive way. So we're going to take that deep breath again. I'm going to show you this view again. You're going to start clearing out all the garbage that the world has put upon you. When you take this breath and exhale, I want you to exhale the garbage the world has put upon you. Okay? Wherever you are, however you're watching, all the garbage the world has put upon you. Let's take a big breath into this California sunshine. And exhale all the crap.
Oh man, you just like,
Do it again. You gotta get it out.
Okay. Arms up. Woohoo!
You got it.
I'm in a chair, so I'm just gonna do a chair yoga. Oh, I love this.
Let's take a look around.
Oh, you do awesome.
Let's take a look around, and I always close with a quote. So let's take a look around. By the way, I want you to follow Shiny Hippie, all of you who haven't followed me before. We have fun from the beach. We have great conversations. Give me a follow. Come on back. We usually have music, but I'm being a good girl today because we're here on Haps. So let me show you around, everybody.
And Shiny, while you're showing everybody around, I want to welcome JJ Walsh and welcome back Louise Poppy. You guys,
Louise and JJ.
I got my red
Thank you
glasses.
guys so much.
I have red frame glasses. We could have been like, the trifecta of the primary colors. Louise in her blue specs. And JJ, it's so nice to meet you. I don't know who you are. It's good to see you.
Hey,
All right, here's
nice
my
to
quote.
meet you guys. Good
Are
job.
we
Sorry
ready?
I jumped in a little bit early. Wasn't
That's
sure
fine.
how it was working.
It's actually 4:29.
Let me get the quote.
This is a great segue. Oh, she's got a quote. A wise girl.
Marilyn Monroe, people. Marilyn Monroe.
What was the last part? A wise girl
Says a wise girl knows her limits. A smart girl knows she has none. That's the way we were to think about it. Marilyn Monroe could do it. We could do it.
So that was
That's
Shiny
awesome.
Hippie and Native Graffiti. I am Michelle Alexander, and I do portraits. I'm definitely going to rock out some badass women portraits this month. Sometimes when I can fit that in with all the other portraits I do. Thursday nights, I work with Carrie Long, another badass woman who showcases a talent, and I draw whoever is singing while they do music. I love this. It gets me fun on Saturdays, and I'm a part of a group of people who are music heads because I am a former punk rock musician. So
awesome.
We love to
Awesome.
talk about music and those kind of things. And we're actually going to talk tomorrow night. I believe we're going to have the music head talk to our welcome to join us. We're going to talk about badass women in music. Talk to you guys soon.
Have a beautiful, happy International Women's Day, women and ladies. Have fun. I'm out. Bye-bye. Thanks for joining me on this leg of my healing journey, guys. Have a beautiful day. Bye. Thanks for letting me make your day more shiny.
Slow down at work. Instant writing's mistake-free.
Oh, I'm big.
Hi, good morning,
Hi,
everyone.
Joy, how are you?
Hi, Louise. How you doing?
Good. I changed my glasses because I know you have a spectacular collection of glasses. And I thought, it's time
I
to-
do.
time
I'm
to
wearing my
change.
favorite orange ones today.
Good.
So,
Fantastic.
yeah, for Louise, I know you've been on the broadcast before. Should I just introduce myself a little bit?
Yeah, we're just going to chat. Maybe somebody else is going to come on and have a talk to us. But you're the number one host here. But I just want to say welcome and thank you for coming on to HAPS. And you've got such an interesting background. I'm sure everybody wants to hear from you. And you can tell us a little bit about living in Japan and sustainability. And I haven't met Joy yet, but next visit to Japan, it's definitely a date. So,
well, Louise,
I'll give
I
it over
appreciate
to
your
you.
support so much for getting me onto HAPS, but also for getting me on to Buy Me a Coffee and other ways to develop my guiding in
Yeah.
Japan during this pandemic time. So I really appreciate all your support and guidance. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, no, there's lots of really good platforms, and it's really good for our energy because, being involved in tourism, we don't want to lose our mojo, and that's the big thing. So it's great to be able to put the energy into other things. Yeah. Thanks, Wendy. Yeah. Okay, so let's hear from Joy because she's so
just
interesting.
brief introduction of myself. I'm Joy Jarman Walsh. I go by JJ Walsh online because my name is very long. For those of you double-barreled women out there, I know you can identify with having long names. I'm happy to have my before marriage name and my after marriage name, but man, it's tough in another country like Japan where you have to write your name in a new language all the time. I do a daily talk show from Japan, which is multi-streamed, featuring people all over Japan who are doing interesting things in terms of sustainability. I was a travel guide trainer and consultant before coronavirus, and yeah, trying to transition online led me to this talk show series, and it's been a great learning experience and inspirational, and I've got so many wonderful ideas and inspiration for myself, and it's so wonderful to hear that other people who watch the series are also inspired, or it sparks new ideas wherever they are. I think Japan has so much to offer in terms of reverence for culture and tradition, and entrepreneurs who are going back to the old styles and keeping up the old traditions. And I think there's just so much to unpack here that hasn't really been focused on. So it's such a great opportunity to take the good out of coronavirus and try to create something positive. Yeah, a lot of women. I was kind of disappointed. I just had my 200th episode, Louise, and I was kind of disappointed to realize I only had 106 women and 117 men. And speaking of International Women's Day, it brought up a lot of ideas, like why that was happening. Because my aim, of course, was to be 50-50 or even have more women than men. But, you know, that it's not that bad of a balance, but of course in terms of sustainability as well, I need to be looking for how to improve on that, how to get better next time. But you know what, it's probably a common thing around the world is that a lot of the women that I go to and say, would you like to be a guest on the show, they actually say no, or I'm not ready, or you know, maybe next month, or maybe once I write a book. And I think this is a common problem for many of us women, that we are our biggest critics, right? And we often self-edit and say, we're not ready, I'm not good enough, right? And we need to just put ourselves out there, I think, a little bit more. And so I really appreciate the women who've joined in my talk show series and really put themselves out there, start new companies. Japan has really horrendous rankings in terms of gender equality around the world. I know New Zealand, Louise, in contrast, I have one of my favorite memories. I was racing triathlon for many years in Japan. And a New Zealand female coach came over with a junior athlete to join one of the races. And he won the race, and the male winner of the race got a free ticket to go to a race in New Zealand. And I was the female winner of that race, and I got a box of cakes.
Whoa.
And she helped. I mean, I was used to it because that's Japan. That's the usual Japan situation. Even as the winner, if you're a woman, your prize is way less than the male winner. And we see this in professional sports too, all over the world. But yeah, so she came over and she said, this is absolutely not okay. You know, get in touch. We'll sort out something. If you can come to New Zealand, we'll at least cover your tournament costs. And she gave me some T-shirts and some merch that she brought over. And it just, it kind of opened my eyes, you know, to this isn't okay. And why am I accepting this, you know? So I've been a lot more outspoken since then.
Yeah, and it's been the same with professional sports here. The men's rugby team earns millions of dollars a year. The women's rugby team is just beginning to come up there in terms of the money, but it's not equal yet by any means. And even the amount of publicity, the men get far more publicity than the women do. So, so Joy, where are most of your followers from? Are they in Japan or are they outside
Yeah,
Japan?
you know, it's interesting. When I first started, the biggest audience for the podcast version. So I do the video version and then I do the podcast version, audio version, which goes out. And the audio version biggest audience was in India.
Oh,
which
okay,
is really
cool.
interesting.
Yeah.
But they just have a giant like market for podcasting. Now it's my biggest audience on both platforms, on both video and audio, is in Japan. And then is America, and then is India, and then Australia, and New Zealand. So it's the top 10 are English speaking countries, but I'm so happy to see that the top country for listeners is in Japan, because that is the aim. Everything's in English, but the aim is to try to get people living and working in Japan to think about better options in terms of more sustainable options for their daily life. And as well as inspiration, because we're all feeling a bit depressed now, and people around the world can be inspired from Japan. But of course, people living and working in Japan are most invested in Japan. So it's great to see people listening in and commenting and really getting a lot from it.
Yeah, yeah.
I just wanted to mention some women that really inspired me this year. And Louise, maybe you've done this already. But of course, for me, focused on sustainability, Greta Thunberg, and how she started the Fridays for the Future. And we actually had a lot of young people in Japan taking that up and doing Friday for the Future protests and holding signs, even soft protesting, just holding signs in front of their schools or on city street corners. Jane Fonda has been a real inspiration to me. She also does Fire Drill Fridays in America and tries to focus on the climate problems and get people inspired and get people thinking about what's going on. The women who started Black Lives Matter, Alicia Garza, Patrice Cullens, and Opal Tometi. And actually, we had Black Lives Matter protests in Japan. And Ayana Wise, who I interviewed in the series, she was part of the team setting that up, that getting the protest organized, making speeches and everything. And that's so inspiring. I think, you know, a lot of people were like, why do you need to do Black Lives Matter in Japan? But it raised a lot of really positive, important discussion, not only about people of color or people who are non-Japanese, but also about gender issues, about non-binary issues, about people who don't fit in, even Japanese people who just don't fit in to that expected box that a lot of kids are pushed into, you know?
Yeah, yeah. It gave people something to identify with, something that was different, but it was okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna move over because it looks like my battery's dying.
I had the same problem before too.
The live streaming really takes it out of your battery, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
you get
it does.
to see some of my house here. It's very untidy.
Oh, no,
but I think.
But you're
think,
living in Hiroshima?
Yeah, I'm in Hiroshima. We renovated an old house. And yeah, it's funny because a lot of the speakers in the series, we also talk about renovating houses because it's a passion of mine to renovate this old house, and I love it. And it's becoming really popular for people to move out of the cities into the rural areas. And that's also, you know, a gender issue because a lot of the farmers in the rural areas, they're women and elderly and not able to do as much of the work as they used to do. So it's great to see people moving out and reinvigorating these rural areas and rural communities. Yeah, and a lot of like single mothers finding more balance when they move out to the rural area. Yeah, it's really, I don't know if you have that in New Zealand, but it's hard to find childcare that you can afford. And then if you move out to the rural area, you have the same childcare, but a lot less competition for it. Or schools, you know, same great quality schools, but a lot less kids. So your kids get a lot more personalized attention.
Mm. So
And then,
can I ask you, how old
yeah.
is the house that you've renovated?
So it's a funny story because I used to do a walk around this area and I used to see this house and I was so interested in it because it has an old traditional farmhouse kind of look. It kind of looks like a Tudor style from the outside. And I was like, I love that house. And then I saw the signs go up saying it's for sale. And I said, I've got to at least look at it, you know. And we actually got a discount on it because it was you bought the land, but then you got a discount for having an old house on it, which is considered garbage, you know.
Yeah.
So that was nice. 50 years old.
50.
But they're, yeah.
It's just interesting because one of my sons lives in an apartment and the other one bought a house. And or they were both able, one bought the apartment and one bought the house. And it's one of those little, it's like a cookie cutter house, but each one's a little bit different. And he told me that they're only really made to last 25 years. And then you pull them down and you build another one. So there's nothing sustainable about this property. So, but I love
is that in
he's
Japan or New Zealand?
This is in
New
Japan,
Zealand?
in Hachioji.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
mean,
love Hachioji because it's a little bit countryside and you're walking around and it does have these beautiful old houses as well. And I think, what about insulation? Because they are these old ones are freezing cold in winter.
Yeah. But there's easy insulation that you can do, which doesn't cost the world. We ended up remodeling ours and spending a lot less than people who had new builds. And then if you have an old house, you can actually do a lot better. Let me move to the other area. It looks like my internet is not good over here. Sorry, a lot of movement. Yeah, but we saved a lot of money. We had bigger land space, so we could keep bigger space inside the house. So I like that because you
could have a garden,
relaxed. The new builds have more space restrictions. Sorry.
So you have a garden outside, Joy, I'm sure.
Yeah, I can show you.
Oh.
So I've rescued these kitties.
Yes.
And we have a little garden out there.
Nice.
They like to watch the birds. You just missed the blossoming ume tree.
Oh, gorgeous.
Now, ume is another great thing which I want to mention because it's actually connected to gender equality in Japan. Ume is the Japanese plum. And a lot of housewives actually make their own umeshu. Have you ever heard of umeshu, Louise?
It's my favorite drink. I've got a bottle in my fridge right now. I love umeshu. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. So a lot of, people in Japan aren't allowed to make their own alcohol, but because they're just adding fruit to alcohol they buy in the store and making
I have a friend in New Zealand that makes it, and she provides me umeboshi and ume, and she makes miso paste as well. So so I have my own little supply.
Yeah. So definitely, supporting local farmers, supporting, people who make their own products in Japan is such a gender issue as well as a sustainability issue, of course. And we know that if you support women, then you're supporting kids. If you support women, you're supporting more of the community because they feed it right back. Much more than, if you give a man a pay rise, he might not feed it back quite as much. And that's definitely true in Japan. I was talking to a guy yesterday who was talking about the history of home design. And we had a great discussion about how the home is actually the domain of the women. And, women are the bosses at home. So a lot of the Japanese homes that I visited, actually, you're not allowed as a guest or even as a husband to step into the kitchen. The kitchen is where the mom has all the power.
Yeah.
And, they also control the house budget. most women, so there is a lot of things kind of under the surface where there is so much power by women in Japan, but yet Japan, in terms of promoting women or having women as leadership in companies, is ranked so poorly around the world, and it's so depressing. I've been here for almost 30 years now, and it just seems like progress is, not as good as it could be. We had a recent scandal. Did you hear about the head of the Olympic Committee scandal?
Yes. Yeah, but tell us what happened.
So he was a prime minister of Japan before. His name is Mori. And he was the head of the Olympic Committee. And he made very blatant comment at a press conference saying that women in the group talk too much. And he was annoyed that women talk too much. And then a big outcry, a woman named Momoko Nojo started a protest group on change.org and now they have over 160,000 signatures to ask for him to step down, because this is not okay that he said this. And for me, having worked in like a university system and having to step away from that job, because I felt also really discriminated against, and I couldn't speak up for myself, and I tried to go through the right channels, and the people who had discriminated against me, they moved up, and I was just a complainer, and I know people around the world can identify with that as well. And so when this happened, when Mori said this, I think a lot of us who have lived in Japan experiencing this for a long time, we had kind of a visceral reaction to it. It was like PTSD, and we were all like, no, this is not okay. He cannot say this so blatantly. And so I was so glad to see young women like Momoko Nojo step up and get the petitions and get him to feel pressured to step down.
Awesome.
And then finally they've got a woman in the position, and people saying, well, she's not qualified, all the usual conversations. But yeah, it's so much better. But then on top of that, there's other people in the government who doubled down on the problem. And there was another committee who had not been open to any women in government. And they said, well, women can come in, but they're not allowed to talk. They have to be silent if they come in, and it's just, are you kidding me? But it's just, it's nice in a way that it's all out in the open, but it's so depressing after so many years to see so little progress, So I want to be positive. I want to talk about some of the women in the series from Japan. Just mention their names. Yan Fan, she came from Silicon Valley in the States, and she started a great coding training program here. Melanie Brock from Australia has been such a great influence on women empowerment. She started a great series last year called Celebrating Women of Japan, and trying to get rid of the manel. Louise, the manel? So the all-male panel. It's called the manel.
Oh, the manel? That's quite clever. I hadn't heard that before. Yeah, the manel.
So Yan Fan and Ann Kiltzer and Melanie Brock and I were always trying to promote women in Japan who can be on these panels, because whenever we see a manel, it's just gut-wrenching. Is there no women about this topic that you could have asked to be on, Even sometimes gender issues or women's issues, and you'll have an all-male panel. It's so depressing. So unless we have some kind of soft pressure even from the public, or some kind of regulation, some kind of quota. I know people hate the word quota, but when we look around the world, like countries like Sweden, when they created the quota 50-50 in government, they were able to do it, right? They were able to create that system, and everybody said, even in Sweden, people were saying, oh, you're not going to find people qualified enough. But they did. If you have a quota and you have to fill it, you will find people qualified enough.
Mm,
So
mm, mm,
I think Japan just kind of needs to step it up a little bit.
mm.
You've visited Japan before, Louise?
I haven't lived in Japan, no. I usually come to Japan for about 4 months a year. So, but I've been coming to Japan since 1983. So I came to Japan the year that Tokyo Disneyland opened. And then I came again the following year and went back to Tokyo Disneyland. And then 10 years later, we brought our 2 sons back to Japan. And we went to the 10-year anniversary or celebration of Tokyo Disneyland opening. So I've got that early connection, and I have been again since as well. But
Nice.
I'm sort of, my kids fell in love with Japan, of course, when they were children, and studied Japanese at university. And I've just had this ongoing relationship with both Japan and Korea, which I really, I treasure. It's
Nice.
amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to, we've got a few more minutes, like 7 more minutes. I'd love to, think about how we can improve gender equality. I think in Japan and maybe in New Zealand and maybe around the world, it starts with education, right? It starts with
Absolutely.
the policies that we have in schools. It starts with encouraging teachers to accept differences. I think in Japan, there's an expression, the nail that gets hammered down, like even, oh, hello from, St. Petersburg. Hello from Los Angeles.
Yeah,
Hello,
hi.
everyone. And everybody's commenting on our glasses, Louise. Yeah, we love
Yeah.
colored glasses.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. So my daughter, even at school, we had to take her out of public school because she just didn't feel comfortable because of the rigid gender stereotypes about having to wear a skirt and having to be like this because you're a girl. And so much more diversity is accepted in boys, oh, boys will be boys, right? Those kinds of expressions. And that's particularly strong in Japan. So we moved her to a private school where the principal is very encouraging and actually lets her wear the boys' trousers and the boys' jeans uniform. And they've been really fantastic, very supportive. So I'm so grateful to have access to schools like that, and be able to afford that. I know that's privilege on my part. But I always encourage other girls and, other girls in families that we know in Japan to ask. Even asking is like the first important step, right? Not assuming that things will never change, but just asking if it's possible. It might be, adaptable, or it might be something that we could change even a little bit. So,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a great first step.
Yeah. There's a nice comment here from Dimmy, who's in Queensland. She says there's a great Japanese woman here in Australia. Her Facebook and Instagram handle is Sumiko Photography. Do you know her? She empowers women through her photography.
I have actually, in the talk show series, I've interviewed a few people in Melbourne, Australia, who are very connected in Japan. So Melissa Mills, who runs a sake company, and Simone Maynard, who is promoting a lot of the sake breweries in Japan and doing interviews with sake brewers around Japan. Also Tina, who runs Wheel Women. She brings a group of female cyclists over to Japan every year to do cycle tours. So there's a lot of positive influence on Japan from outside Japan. Definitely, right? And now with the lack of inbound tourism, I think we're seeing less traction in terms of moving towards more sustainable policies, more gender diversity, because we don't have tourists here. and people are not thinking about how to cater to people from the outside. Everybody
Yeah.
assumes that everyone in Japan is the same, and everybody in Japan just wants it as it's always been. But when you have international tourists coming in, you actually have companies and businesses thinking about how to cater to diversity. And that is why I'm so passionate about tourism as a part of sustainability, because it can be such a positive influence, right?
Yes, and we have this very strong bond in the Pacific. So we're all islands in the Pacific. Australia's the largest of them, but we are a very, very big, a very strong bond between us all, and a lot of scholarships have been set up from the early days, and a lot of trade between our countries. So
Yeah, like a lot of, I was surprised at how strong the Japan connection is.
Mm.
Actually, interviewed a woman who's Japanese but living in Melbourne. She's teaching Japanese cooking classes in Melbourne and using local ingredients to make Japanese recipes, and I thought that was so exciting, you know. And then I know there's a big in New York, there's a really big population of people who are Japanese and living there, not green card holders. They're just working there or living there, or just passionate about being outside Japan. So that definitely has a positive effect on what happens in Japan too. And that could be very positive in terms of promoting diversity and gender equality more. So when people train abroad and then they come back, they have a positive influence, or they could have if they're accepted, right?
Yeah.
I had a great talk the other day with a man named Post, who took his wife's name, and he went through all the normal challenges that a woman goes through when she changes her name in Japan, and he wrote a book about it, and that was really interesting. He
Yeah,
also took
that's interesting.
paternity leave, which rarely happens in Japan. So I think we need women, of course, to have soft pressure, but we also need men to step up and speak out and to talk about diversity and the need for everybody to be equal as well.
Absolutely.
I think we've got one more minute, Louise. I can't believe it's passed so quickly.
Message for us.
I'm so sorry I've been doing all the talking.
It's been fascinating, and I'm sure everybody's really enjoyed hearing a little bit about your life in Japan, because it's very interesting, and I thank you very much for sharing it with us. It's really, really fabulous, and I look forward to hearing more from you, hopefully here on HAPS, and the different platforms that you're
I'm having
on.
connection issues sometimes on HAPS, like I noticed today, even when I'm at home. But I'm getting pocket Wi-Fi and hopefully doing more walks around areas of Japan to introduce on HAPS. So inspired by you, Louise. Thank you so
Fabulous. So thank you very much. I think we've got Joanne. I don't see her there yet, but Joanne's coming on. Joanne's an old friend of mine, and we met in Los Angeles, and I've actually been lucky enough to meet a lot of people, so it's been good. So we'll just hang fire until they bring them in.
Yeah, Brett had a great comment. Sorry, I didn't see that till now, Brett. You said it also starts earlier at home, where gender roles and expectations are set by the parents. And I think that's so true in how parents treat boys and treat girls, even in their own family. Definitely worth considering how we could be better, even at home, right?
I'm seeing Joanne now.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Are they ready? The next people?
Joanne's here. Yeah, they'll take us off.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Hi. Good morning. All right. I'm gonna leave and let you guys take over.
Okay. So
Happy
thank you very much.
International
Joy. That was
Women's Day.
awesome.
Great to connect with you guys. I'll be following. Take care. Bye.
Bye for now. Thank you.
Well, kia ora. How are
Kia ora,
you?
Joanne. How are you?
I am good. Oh my
nice
God.
to
How
see
come
you.
I'm so huge and you're like normal size?
No, we're big. No, we're good. We're equal size, but I'm sitting back. I don't want to be too close to the screen. Who's coming on with you?
Well, Michelle Garrett is supposed to be joining me, and Web EV, who I think you
Nice.
know, is going to be joining me as well.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah. Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So really, how come I'm so large and you're so like normal?
No, because I think you're looking for. I'm sitting back and you're up at the screen like this.
I'm not. I'm like back. Okay, let me move back a little bit.
Oh, maybe
Okay.
maybe I'm on the number one screen. Maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah.
I don't know. Hi,
Who
Dina.
else?
Okay,
Dee,
sorry.
fantastic.
So let's see. We're going to be inviting Web EV.
Yes. Michelle's
Hold on a
coming
second.
in.
I gotta put this information in for Peter. Okay.
The same size on your screen. Yeah, Joy. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Awesome.
So we are the same size on your screen, huh? I don't know.
So yeah, done. Here we go. So as soon as you can take me out, as soon as the others in, I'm going to take a little break now, everybody. I've got to go out for my lunch, but I'll be back after lunch and I'll catch up on the replay. This has been a fantastic. Well, it's morning for me. It's 11 a.m. I've been up since 5.
Oh my goodness! Wait, 5? Which time?
5 a.m.
Your time?
My time. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, so this has been fantastic. Thanks, Haps. Thanks everybody that's been on. It's been awesome. So you just take me off when you're ready. I'm getting
Okay. Hold on a second. Let's see. Okay, she's on. So perfect. Hi, Evie.
How's everybody doing? Happy International Women's Day.
Yes, welcome and happy International Women's Day to everybody out there in Internet land. I wanted to introduce my cohort, Web Evie. Evie, come out and tell everybody who you are.
Hi everybody, I'm Evie Toddy Like a Hot Toddy, a professional cheerleader, future best-selling novelist. Current, you know what? I'm not really sure what I'm doing currently. I've got a lot of things going on, but I am a grad student at Tulane. How's everybody doing?
Everybody is doing good. I just jumped on myself. It's been like a marathon here on HAPS. And if you didn't know, and if you're watching on Facebook or Twitter or Twitch or YouTube or any of and HAPS TV, this is a collaboration of many, many women broadcasters and some men actually as well. And we're coming to celebrate International Women's Day on all platforms. Like, I think I might have missed a few. Which ones are you broadcasting to, Evie?
I'm Facebook, my personal, and another one, and Twitch, Twitter, Periscope, all the ones they let me do too. I pushed it to. So
It's a very cool thing. It's a very cool thing. We can reach so many different people and just empower so many women around the world. So I don't know, like it's kind of like a free for all, our little conversation that we're going to be having today. I think Michelle is supposed to be joining us. So in the meantime, it's just going to be you and me.
Yeah, right now I am cleaning out all of my task manager stuff so the quality's better.
So we have Dimity here. Hi, Dimity. Hi, Yassine. Hi, Christine. Oh my goodness. All these people that are here in the audience. Wendy, sorry. So I get so excited when I get to go live with you, Evie. So it's kind of like overtaking like the whole.
I know. Same. So are you in LA or are you in Hawaii?
I am in Hawaii right now. So it is about 12 noon my time. What time is it over where you're at?
It's 5 p.m.
Oh, it's a little
That's
bit.
not bad. You're just 2 more hours that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Linda.
Hello, everybody.
So I actually kind of, before I came on here, got a little thing in my email because, you know, it's because it is International Women's Day. Everybody and their mother are emailing facts and information and cool stories about International Women's Day. And I thought I would give you a little quiz and see how much you knew. How do you feel about that?
Let's do it.
And for you all that are watching in the audience too, we want you to participate as well. And type in the comments either below or to the side, depending on where you are watching from, or you know what device you are watching from, or what platform, whatever. Type in there too, because this is a totally interactive broadcast. Okay, are you ready, Evie?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what year did International Women's Day begin?
Let me just take a guess and say 1971.
Okay, I'm going to let other people guess too. You guys have about 15 seconds. I wish I had the Jeopardy music going. There we go. Are you serious? Where are all our guesses? Here they are. So Carrie's thinking 1776. Wow.
I so want to cheat and Google it.
You cannot. You cannot.
I know. I'm not.
Okay. So, okay, I will tell you exactly what it is. Let me pull it up. It is 1911.
Whoa.
Can you believe that? Okay, I'm going to give you a little blurb about it. The first IWD was held in 1911, celebrated in Austria, Denmark, Germany, and Switzerland on March 19th. Wait, March 19th? What? I don't understand here. By over 1 million people. Official events in the inaugural celebration championed women's rights to vote, work, and hold public office while denouncing discrimination, the organization reports. Tragically, less than 1 week later, the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire claimed the lives of over 140 working women in New York City.
Wow, that's
awareness of labor laws in the U.S. and unjust working conditions, further fueling IWD's mission in the years that followed. Now, I don't understand why in this little blurb of information, why it says March 19th when today is March 8th. So it's
well, and maybe one of your questions will tell us why they moved it.
You're so smart.
It might not.
Okay. Let's see. Did you know that International Women's Day is not group or organization specific?
Really? Because they've got a site and there's a theme every year. Do you know what this year's theme is?
That is actually one of the questions. Okay, so let me tell you about this. International Women's Day is not group or organization specific. See, you guys, you didn't know that you were going to be learning, and you didn't know there was going to be a test either, did you? The International Crusade is not solely organized or operated by any one government, charity, corporation, NGO, academic institution, network, or media group. Instead, IWD marks an inclusive push for action and advocacy, whatever that looks like globally at a local level. So, but Evie, you were telling me that there is an organization.
There's what?
You said there was an organization that was running this thing.
Well, there's a website, because you can go to the website and you can see what the theme is and get information and social media stuff. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff.
So I don't know. Is that fake news then? You guys,
I'm going to Google and see if it's the .org.
Okay, while Evie's looking at that, I'm going to go to the next question. And do you know what the day's signature color is? Okay, don't say anything yet. Everybody that's watching, what do you think the signature color for International Women's Day is?
I'm going to just take a chance and say pink.
Wait, what color did you say?
Pink. Since they forced that upon us.
No. Oh my God, we have trolls in the audience.
Wow, that's horrible. Can we click on them and report?
It's okay, they can hang out.
Mark it spam.
Okay, so you think it was pink? Does anybody else have a guess on what is the color for International Women's Day?
Okay, how about teal?
Nope. Anybody else? We have people that only the trolls are commenting?
I'm only seeing that one dude that I reported. And I mean, I see Dimity and Carrie, but I don't see anybody else.
I think maybe they're just quiet, or maybe that there's a little bit of a lag in the comments. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's actually purple.
I should have known that. I should have guessed that. Really.
Yes.
This purple's my thing. Another reason I like purple. Woo!
Well, Christine it said purple, so there must be a lag.
Yeah.
So I gotta just slow it down a little bit. Okay, so Wendy's like purple in all caps. She knew.
Yeah, look at that.
Okay. Number 4. Okay, that number 4 isn't really a thing. It just says it's celebrated in many ways. And number 5, which I know you know the answer to, okay, y'all that are watching, I'm going to do this really, really slow. The 2021 theme for International Women's Day this year is, okay, so while people are typing it in, Evie, do you know what previous themes were for the other years?
Gosh. I know a couple of years ago, we were talking about people, women who inspired us. But no, I don't know what the specific themes were.
Well, why you brought that up, I would like to know who are some women that have inspired you, whether it's in the internet space or if it's an author or if it's somebody in pop culture.
Well, you mean besides you?
Aw. That's so sweet.
Let's see.
Okay,
Well,
wait. Evie, we have
can we
a
pause
request
to restart
this while they restart the server because there is here. I'm ready to go. And
all right, let's see if that's
we are
better.
back.